So that's exactly what I do. 5 minutes pass before he pulls himself together, but half an hour passes before he finally pulls away from me. He lifts off my chest and lies down next to me on his pillow. I roll over to face him. His eyes are still red, but he's no longer crying. He reaches to my face and brushes away a strand of hair, looking at me appreciatively. "How did it happen?" I ask. The sadness immediately re-enters his eyes, but he doesn't hesitate with his answer. "He was on his way home from work when his car ran off the road," he says. "A slip of attention. 3 seconds and he hit a damn tree. He and Jordan were supposed to leave on vacation that night, and I'm pretty sure he was texting her when it happened, based on what the police told me. I'm hoping she hasn't figured that out yet, though. I hope she never does." I quietly begin tracing my fingers over his hand. "She's pregnant," he adds. My fingers pause their movement, and I gasp. "I know," he says. "It's shit luck. They're supposed to be celebrating their anniversary this weekend." I hadn't thought of that, but as soon as he brings it up, I think about Jordan last year and the frenzy she was in as she prepared for her impending wedding with Kyle. And now, just 1 year later, she's having to prepare for his impending funeral. That's so sad. How far along is she? "She's due in February." I try to put myself in her shoes. I'm almost positive she's 24 now. I can't imagine being that young and losing a husband months before the birth of my first child. It's incomprehensible. "When do you go back to New York?" he asks. "First thing tomorrow morning. I can stay at my mother's tonight, though, if I need to. I have to be up really early." He brings his mouth to mine. "You aren't sleeping anywhere but in this bed." A loud knock prevents his lips from reaching me, and his attention moves to the door. It swings open, and Ian walks in, looks at me, and then does a double take. He points at me but is looking at Ben. "There's a chick in your bed." We both sit up. When we do, Ian cocks his head, narrowing his eyes in my direction. "Wait, I've met you before. Fallon, right?" I won't lie, it feels good that his brother remembers me. Not that my face is one a person easily forgets. But he didn't have to remember my name, and he did, so that can only mean that girls aren't in Ben's bed very often. "It was nice of you to come," Ian says. "You hungry?" "Came up to let Ben know that dinner's on the table." Ben groans as he scoots off the bed. "Let me guess. Casserole?" Ian shakes his head. "Tate was craving pizza, so we ordered delivery." "Thank God." Ben pulls me up. "Let's go eat."
Ben. "Let me get this straight," Miles says, looking at me and Fallon from across the table. "You blocked each other on social media. You don't know each other's phone numbers, so no contact whatsoever. But you've met up every year since you were 18? Crazy, huh?" Fallon says, lowering her glass to the table. "It's a little bit like Sleepless in Seattle," Tate says. I immediately shake my head. It's nothing like that. They only agreed to meet up once. True. It's like One Day, then, that movie with Anne Hathaway? Again, I dismiss her comparison. That just focuses on one particular day every year, but the two people still interact throughout the year like normal. Fallon and I have no contact. I don't know why I'm being so defensive. I think writers just naturally become defensive when their ideas are compared to other ideas, even if it's done innocently. But mine and Fallon's story is one of a kind, and I feel somewhat protective of it. Very protective of it, actually. When will you stop? Or do you plan on doing this for the rest of your lives? Fallon glances at me and smiles.
We stop when we're 23.
Why 23? Ian asks. Fallon answers the next few questions being fired at us, so I use the opportunity to excuse myself from the conversation to refill my drink. I lean against the counter and watch all of them interact from the kitchen. I'm happy she's here. I feel like having her here somewhat eases the grief everyone is feeling. She wasn't tied to Kyle in any way, so no one feels forced to walk on eggshells around her. She's like the breath of fresh air we all needed this week. I know I already thanked her for coming today, but one day I'll tell her exactly how much it means to me that she showed up. She glances at me from her chair, and when she sees the small smile on my face, she excuses herself from the table and walks into the kitchen. My entire body relaxes when her arms slide around my waist. She plants a kiss on my arm and then stifles a yawn. You tired? She looks up at me and nods.
Yeah, still on New York time, and it's after midnight there. You mind if I use your shower before we go to bed?
I lift my finger to her mouth.
You have something in your teeth.
She bares her teeth and I wipe what looks like a piece of pepper from her tooth.
All gone,
I say, giving her a quick peck on the lips. And yes, you can use my shower. Let me know if you need assistance. I wink at her, just as Ian leans against the counter beside us, narrowing his eyes at me. Did you just pick something out of her teeth? I don't say anything because I don't know what he plans to do with my answer. I'm being serious, he says, looking at Fallon now. Did he just pick something out of your teeth? She nods hesitantly. Ian smirks. Wow, my brother is in love with you. I can feel Fallon freeze against me. That's not awkward at all, I say sarcastically. Ian shakes his head with a sly grin. It's not awkward, Ben. It's cute. You're in love. Stop, I say to him. Ian releases a light-hearted laugh, and for once, I don't mind being picked on by him. It's the most air that's been let in this house in 2 days.
People don't do gross things like that unless they're in love,
Tate says from the table.
It's a proven fact. It's on the internet or something.
I grab Fallon's hand and pull her out of the kitchen, away from the teasing. Good night, guys. Fallon has other pressing hygiene issues I need to assist her with. I hear them laughing as we exit the kitchen and walk upstairs together, to my bedroom, where we'll spend the night, together, in my bed. It's tricky knowing I won't see her for another year, so I have no idea how far she's willing to take it. I think that would all depend on how far she's taken it with guys in the past. Of course, I don't want to think about her with anyone else, but that's the whole point of meeting her every year. I want to make sure she's experiencing life like every girl her age should, and that means experiencing different people. But every night I close my eyes, I selfishly pray that she's sleeping in her bed alone. I want to ask her about it, but I'm not sure how to bring it up. I open my bedroom door and follow her inside. It's different walking into my room with her this time. It almost feels like there are expectations that have to be met before we exit this room in the morning. Conversations that need to be had, bodies that need touching, minds that need sleep, and not enough time to cram it all in before she'll leave me again for another year. I close and lock the door behind me. She's facing the bed as she reaches up and pulls her hair into a knot, securing it with a rubber band she's had around her wrist all day. I take a moment to admire the perfection of the curve between her neck and shoulder. I step forward and slip my arms around her waist so that I can press my lips against that very spot. I shower her in soft kisses from her shoulder to her ear and back down again. I kiss away the chills I'm responsible for. She makes a quiet sound, somewhere between a sigh and a moan. I'll let you shower, I tell her without releasing her. Towels are under the sink. She squeezes my hands that are wrapped around her waist and then breaks away from me. Rather than head toward the bathroom, she walks toward my closet.
Can I sleep in one of your shirts? She asks.
I glance at the closet and then at her. My manuscript is in my closet, sitting on the shelf. What I've written of it, anyway. At this point, the last thing I want her to do is read a single word of it. I grip the back of the shirt I'm wearing and pull it over my head. Here, I say, handing it to her. Wear this one. She grabs the shirt from my hands, but as soon as she looks up, she stops mid-step. She swallows, staring straight at my stomach.
Ben?
Yeah? She points at my stomach.
You have abs?
I laugh and look down at my abdomen,
She said it like it was a question, so I give her the obvious answer. Yeah, I guess. She covers her mouth with my shirt, hiding her grin. Wow, she says, her words muffled by my shirt. I like them. And then she rushes toward the bathroom and closes the door.
Fallon. I made sure to lock the door before getting into the shower. Not that I wouldn't want to take a shower with him, but I'm just not at that point yet. To me, showering with someone registers higher on my scale for potential humiliation than most things, including sex. At least with sex, I'll be hiding under the covers in the dark. Sex. I think about that word. I even roll it around on my tongue as I rinse the conditioner out of my hair. Sex, I say quietly. It's such a weird word. The older I get, the more apprehensive I become at the thought of losing my virginity. On the one hand, I'm ready to experience what all the fuss is about. It has to be great, or it wouldn't be such a huge factor in the lives of all mankind. But that also scares me because if I end up not liking sex, I'll be a little bit disappointed in mankind as a whole, because it seems to be the root of a lot of evil. So if it's mediocre and I don't instantly want more of it, I'll feel a little misled by the entire world. Perhaps I'm being a bit melodramatic, but whatever. I'm too nervous to get out of the shower, even though I rinsed the conditioner out of my hair several minutes ago. I have no idea what Ben's expectations are for tonight. If he wants to sleep, I would totally understand. He's been through hell and back this week. But if he wants to do something besides sleep, I will absolutely, without a doubt, be a willing participant. After I dry off, I pull his shirt over my head. I look in the mirror and admire the way it hangs off my shoulders. I've never worn another guy's t-shirt before, and I've always wondered if it felt as good as I imagined it would feel. It does. I pull the towel off my head and run my fingers through my hair a few times. I take Ben's toothpaste and squeeze some onto my finger and then rub it in my mouth for a minute. When I'm done, I take a deep, calming breath, and then I turn out the lights and open the door. His lamp is on, and he's lying on the bed, facing the center of it, with his hands tucked beneath his head. He's kicked his covers onto the floor and is wearing nothing but his socks and a pair of boxers. I stand here and admire him for a moment, since his eyes are closed. He might actually be sleeping, but it doesn't disappoint me at all. Tonight's for him, and him only, because I know he's hurting. I just want to help him while I'm here, so if he needs sleep, I'll do what I can to ensure he gets the best night of sleep he's ever had. I walk to the lamp and switch it off, and then pick his covers up off the floor. I gently sit on the bed and cover us both, as I lie down next to him, with my back to his chest. I try not to wake him as I adjust my pillow. Shit. I roll over at the sound of his voice. It's dark in the room, so I can't tell if he was talking in his sleep or if he's awake. What is it? I whisper. I feel an arm go around my waist and he pulls me closer. I left the light on so I could see you walk out of the bathroom wearing my shirt. But you take really long showers. I think I fell asleep. I smile. I'm still wearing it. You want me to turn the lamp on? Fuck yes, please. I laugh and roll over toward the lamp. I switch it on and then face him again. His eyes are unmoving, yet somehow all over me. Stand up, he says, lifting up onto his elbow. I stand up, and his eyes never meet mine. They're roaming over my thighs, my hips, my breasts. I don't mind that he isn't looking at my face. I don't mind at all. The hem of his shirt falls several inches above my knees. It's just long enough to where he can't tell that I'm not wearing underwear right now. It's also just short enough to where he's probably praying I'm not wearing underwear right now. His eyes drop to my legs again, and he begins to speak slowly, as if he's reciting poetry. The only sea I saw was the seesaw sea, with you riding on it. Lie down, lie easy, let me shipwreck in your thighs. His eyes drag up my body until they meet mine. Dylan Thomas, he says. I release a slow breath. Wow, I say. Poetry porn. Who knew? Ben smiles at me lazily. He lifts a finger and points at me. I'd like to have my shirt back now. Now? He nods. Right now. Before you turn off the lamp. Take it off, it's mine. I laugh nervously and begin to reach for the lamp. Before I'm able to turn the light off, he jumps up and walks across the mattress, hopping to the floor directly in front of me. His eyes are playful, yet somehow stern at the same time. He grabs the hem of my shirt and pulls it up without hesitation, yanking it off my head. He throws it somewhere behind him, and I'm immobile in front of him, completely exposed. His eyes read every curve of my body before he lets out a shaky breath. Holy shit, he mutters. I can't recall a single time, even before the fire, when I've felt this beautiful. He's soaking me up, like it's a privilege rather than a favor. And when he leans forward and takes my face in his hands, I part my lips and wait for his kiss, because I've never wanted it like I want it right now. His lips are moist, and he kisses me with entitlement. His tongue is rough and unapologetic, and I love it. I love feeling needed this way. I realize, as his fingers are slowly trailing down my spine, that angst doesn't have to be a factor for a kiss to be a 10 after all, because angst is nowhere in this kiss, and it's already a 9. He pulls me flush against him, my naked chest pressed against his. Okay, it's a 10 now. He turns us around and lowers me to the bed, but doesn't lie on top of me. He adjusts us to where we're side by side, and my head is on a pillow, but his mouth is still on mine. Quiet, desire-filled sounds begin to leave my mouth, each one of them a direct result of what this kiss is building inside me. I don't even care that the lamp is still on. If it means he'll be looking at me again like he looked at me before this kiss, I'll let him turn all the lights on. I'll even let him install fluorescence. Fallon, he says quickly after tearing his mouth from mine. I open my eyes and find him looking down at me. We've read the same books. You know the rules. If you want me to stop or slow down, I shake my head. It's perfect, Ben. So perfect. I'll tell you if there's something I don't want to do or if I get nervous, I promise. He nods, but it still seems as though there's something else he wants to say or ask. And then I remember that we've never really had this discussion. I've never done this, but that doesn't mean I'm not ready, I tell him. I feel his body stiffen just slightly. You're a virgin. He says it as more of a realization than a question. Yeah, but only for a few more minutes. My comment forces him to smile, but then worry consumes his expression. His eyes grow immediately sober, and his smile falls into a grim line. He shakes his head softly. I don't want to be your first, Fallon. I want to be your last. I take in a quiet rush of air as his words sink in. He's not even kissing me, and those words just made this moment a 12. I touch his cheek with the tips of my fingers and smile up at him. I want you to be my first and last. Ben's eyes darken, and then he slides his body over mine, caging me in with his arms. I can feel him hard against me, and I try not to whimper. You can't say things like that unless you mean them, Fallon. I meant it with everything I am. For the first time, I realize that I don't care about the 5 years. I don't care that I'm not 23. All I care about is Ben, and how I feel when I'm with him, and how I want so much more of this. I want you to be my only, I say, my voice quieter, but with more resolve. He winces as if he's in pain, but I know by now that's a good thing. A very good thing. He brushes his thumb over my lips. I want to be your only, Fallon. I want it more than anything. But it's not happening tonight. Unless you promise me that I'll be able to hear your voice tomorrow, and every day that follows. I nod, surprised we're having this conversation. I wasn't anticipating this at all when I got on that flight this morning, but I know it's right. I'm never going to meet anyone who makes me feel the way he does. People don't get this lucky more than once in the same lifetime. I promise. I'm serious, he says. I want your phone number before you leave in the morning. I nod again. You can have it. I want you to have it. And my email address. I'll even go buy an all-in-one printer with a fax machine so I can give you that number too. Baby, he says, his lips forming a smile. You have already made this the best sex I've ever had, and I'm not even inside you yet. I bite my lip as I run my fingers up his arms, dragging them up his neck, until I'm cupping his face. What are you waiting for? He drags in a raspy breath. To wake up, I think. He lowers his mouth and kisses my neck. I'm dreaming, right? I shake my head, just as he moves his hips against me. A moan escapes my mouth, and the gentle kiss against my neck grows wilder. Definitely dreaming, he mutters. His mouth meets the base of my throat, and he touches the tip of his tongue to my skin, dragging it up my throat until he's kissing me again. It's by far the sexiest thing I've ever felt. Seconds turn into minutes. Fingers turn into hands. Teasing turns into torture. Torture turns into unimaginable pleasure. His boxers have met their fate on the floor. In an insurmountable display of willpower, he's pressed against me, but still not inside me. Fallon, he whispers, dragging his lips slowly across mine. Thank you for this beautiful gift. As soon as his words brush over my mouth, he covers me in a deep kiss. My whole body tenses from the burst of pain that ripples through me as he pushes inside of me, but the perfection of the way we fit together makes the pain a mere inconvenience. It's beautiful. He's beautiful. And somehow, with the way he's looking down at me, I even believe I'm beautiful. He presses his mouth against my ear and whispers, "No combination of written words could ever do this moment justice." I smile between moans. How are you going to write about it then? He kisses me softly, right on the corner of my mouth. I guess I'll just have to fade to black. I'm not sure if sex is supposed to make you feel like you've just lost a part of yourself to the person inside you, but that's exactly what it felt like. It felt as if the second we joined together, a tiny piece of our souls got confused, and a piece of his fell into me, and a piece of mine fell into him. It was by far the single most intense moment I've ever shared with another person. I feel a warmth creeping up my face like I want to cry, but I keep the tears at bay. I just know that there's no way I can tell him goodbye after this. It'll tear me apart, way worse than last year. I can't go another day without him being a part of my everyday life. Not after this. His arm is wrapped around me, and even though it's been several minutes and he's already been to the bathroom and crawled back into bed, he's still breathing like he was just inside me a matter of seconds ago. I like this part of sex, I think. The aftermath, the quiet, still feeling connected after the physical connection is no longer there. His lips meet my shoulder, the scarred one, and he places the gentlest kiss against my skin. So soft and thought out. It feels like so much more than just a kiss. It feels like a promise, and I'd give anything to be able to read his mind right now. "Fallon," he whispers, pulling me closer to his side. "You know all those romance novels you made me read for research?" "I only made you read 5. The others were of your own accord." He runs his nose along my jawline until his lips are at my ear. "Well," he continues, "I was thinking about some of the things those guys say when they're with a girl. The ones we said we'd never say. Like when a guy tells a girl he owns her. I know we've laughed about it before, but holy shit." He pulls back and holds me captive with an intense stare. "I've never wanted to say anything like I wanted to say those things to you while I was inside you. It took everything I had not to." I never thought a sentence could make me whimper, but it absolutely does. If you did, I wouldn't have asked you to stop. He drags his lips across my cheek until he reaches my mouth. "I'm not saying those things to you until you really are mine." He wraps his arms around me, cradling me against him, begging me without words for whatever it is he's not saying. I can feel it. The desperation. "Fallon," he says, his words strained against his throat. "I don't want to say goodbye to you when we wake up." His words carve a hole right in the center of my heart. "You'll have my phone number this time. You can call me." "Every single day?" he asks, hopeful. "I'll be mad if you don't." "Twice a day?" I laugh. "Can I see you every day?" I shake my head because that one isn't really possible. "That'll be kind of expensive," I say to him. "Not if I live in the same city as you." My smile immediately disappears. Not because that sounds unappealing, but because that's not an innocent remark. People can't just threaten to move across the country for someone if they don't actually mean it. I swallow the lump in my throat. "What are you saying, Ben?" He rolls onto his side again and props his head up on his hand. "I'm thinking about selling the house, if Ian is okay with it. According to Jordan's mother, she's moving back home. Kyle is gone. Ian is never even here. The only person I want to be near lives in New York. I wonder what she would think if I moved there. I can't believe we're having this conversation. As much as I know we need to talk about this without the rush of sex clouding our minds, I can't think of anything I want more than to see him every day, to have him be a part of my life. Except for one small detail. What about the book? I ask him. We're supposed to meet up 3 more times. Don't you want to finish it? He contemplates my question for a short moment before slowly shaking his head. No, he says simply. Not if it means we can't be together. His expression doesn't falter. He's serious. He actually wants to move to New York. And I want him there more than I've ever wanted anything. You're gonna need a jacket. His smile transforms his entire face. He reaches a hand up to my cheek and traces my jaw, brushing his thumb over my lips. And they lived happily ever after. Yesterday evening, when he opened the door and I saw him for the first time in a year, I could see the pain in every single aspect of him. It was like the death of his brother aged him 5 years. But right now, he looks somewhat like he did the first time I saw him. Unkempt and scruffy. Adorable. Beautiful. It's the most at peace I've seen him since I arrived. I kiss him lightly on the cheek and roll off the bed without waking him. I put on my clothes and slip out of his bedroom, heading downstairs to see if there's any cleaning I can do before I wake him up to say goodbye. It's almost 4 a.m. The last thing I expect is to see someone in the kitchen. But Jordan is seated at the bar. She looks up at me as soon as I walk in. Her eyes are red and puffy, but she's not crying. She's got an entire box of pizza in front of her, and she's taking a huge bite out of a slice of pepperoni. I feel bad for walking in on her. Based on my conversation with Ben, she's wanted nothing but solitude the last couple of days. I debate walking back to Ben's room to give her privacy. She must see my hesitation, because she scoots the box toward me. You hungry? She asks. I kind of am. I take a seat next to her and grab a slice of pizza. We sit together in silence until she finishes a second slice. She stands and takes the box of pizza to the refrigerator. She hands me a soda when she returns to the bar. So you're the girl Ben's writing the book about? I pause the can at my lips, shocked she knows about it. No one else at the dinner table seemed to know anything about his book. I nod again and then take a drink. She forces a smile and looks down at her hands, laced together on the bar in front of her. He's a great writer, she says. I think the book is going to be huge for him. It's a clever idea. I clear my throat, hoping she doesn't hear the shock in my voice. Have you read any of it? Bits and pieces, she says, smiling again. He's really picky about which parts I'm allowed to read, but I was an English major, so sometimes he asks my opinion. I take another drink just to keep myself from speaking just yet. I want to ask her about it, but I don't want her to know that I haven't read a single word of it yet. Kyle was so happy for him when he signed with his agent. Her eyes begin to mist when she mentions Kyle's name. I look away from her. An agent? Why didn't he tell me he signed with an agent? How is he? She asks. Ben? She nods. I haven't really interacted with anyone yet. I know it's selfish of me because I'm not the only one hurting, but I put my hand on top of hers and squeeze. He's okay. And he understands, Jordan. Everyone does. She wipes a tear away with a nearby napkin. Seeing her try to hold it in creates pressure in my chest. I hurt for her, especially knowing what she's about to face alone. I just feel bad. I've been so caught up in everything I've lost the past 2 days. I haven't even thought about how much it affects Ian and Ben. I mean, they both live here, and now they're stuck with a girl who's about to have a baby. The last thing I want is for them to feel obligated to help me, but I really don't want to go back to Nevada. I can't move back in with my mother when this is my home. She presses her hands against her face. I don't know what to do. I don't want to burden anyone, but I'm scared. I can't do this on my own. I put my arms around her, and she begins to cry into my shirt. I had no idea she didn't want to move back in with her mother. I wonder if Ben is even aware of that. Jordan. We both look up when Ben calls her name. He's standing in the doorway to the kitchen with a distraught look on his face. When she looks up at him, she starts crying even harder. He walks over to her and puts his arms around her, so I stand up and walk around the bar, giving them space. You aren't going anywhere, okay? He says. You're my sister. You're Ian's sister, and our nephew will be raised in the home that you and Kyle planned for him to be raised in. He pulls back and brushes the hair out of her face. Promise me you'll let us help you. She nods, wiping more tears away. She can barely get out the words, "Thank you," between sobs. I can't watch her cry anymore. I'm on the verge of tears myself, just knowing how scared she is. I rush up the stairs and back into Ben's bedroom where I can gather my thoughts. So many things are running through my head, most of them fears. I'm afraid he's making a decision out of haste. I'm afraid if I tell him how much I wish he would move to New York, he would actually do it. And it's obvious his sister-in-law needs him here, not to mention the possibilities he'd lose by giving up on the book. I feel the more genuine the story is, the better chance he'll have of selling the book. Yes, I would love to start a real relationship right now, but that's not what we agreed on in the beginning. If we just up and end our arrangement in the middle, without continuing to meet up on November 9th, he'll be giving up on what his agent obviously thought would make a great book. I can't believe he has an agent. That's huge, and I don't know why he didn't tell me. As much as I want to believe he's okay with not finishing the book, I fear that he's making this decision based on the high emotions from the last few days. The last thing I want is for him to make a choice as big as moving across the country and then regretting it after he does it. Of course, I'd give anything to have him with me every day, but even more than that, I want him to be happy with whatever decision he makes. I know 3 years is a long time for us to wait, but those 3 years could make a huge difference in his success as an author. The fact that our story is true might make it appealing to readers, and even though I haven't read any of it yet, I'm convinced he needs to finish it. I don't want to be the reason he doesn't finish what he started out to do. Years from now, he'll look back on tonight, and he'll wonder if he made the wrong choice. If maybe our lives would have still turned out the same, and we would still end up together, but by waiting 3 years, he also would have met his goal of writing the book he promised to write. He's made such a huge difference in my life, more than he'll ever know. If it weren't for him, I don't think I would have ever regained my confidence. I know I wouldn't have had the courage to audition anywhere. Just having him in my life 1 day a year has had such a positive effect on me. I'd hate myself if I did the exact opposite for him. And none of that includes what just transpired over the last 10 minutes. There's no way he can move to New York when his family needs him, now more than ever. Jordan is going to need him here way more than I need him in New York. He and Ian are both going to need to be here for her, and I refuse to be the one to convince him to leave her at a time like this. I grab my phone and call for a cab before I change my mind.
Ben. I close the door to Jordan's bedroom when I hear Fallon's footsteps coming down the stairs. I walk around the corner to meet her, and she gasps, clutching a hand to her heart. "You scared me," she says, taking the last step. "How is she?" I glance down the hallway toward Jordan's bedroom. "Better," I say. "I think the pizza helped." Fallon smiles appreciatively. "It wasn't the pizza that made her feel better, Ben." She takes 2 more steps toward the front door this time. I finally notice the purse around her shoulder and the shoes on her feet. She looks prepared to leave. She shuffles, putting her weight on one foot. She shrugs as if I asked her a question, and then she looks back up at me. "Earlier..." "Fallon," I interject, "please don't change your mind." She winces, looking up and to the right as if she's trying to hold back tears. She's not changing her mind. She can't. I rush toward her and grab both of her hands. "Please, we can do this. Maybe I can't move right away, but I will. Things just need to settle around here first." She squeezes my hands and releases a sigh. "Jordan said you got an agent." Her voice sounds somewhat offended, and she has a right to be. I should have told her that before she heard it from somewhere else, but my mind has been a little preoccupied today. I nod. "Yeah, a couple months ago. I submitted the book idea to a few, and this one really likes it." I realize where this is going, so I shake my head. "It doesn't matter, Fallon. I can write something else." A stream of light strolls across the walls, and she glances over her shoulder. Her cab is here. "Please," I beg. "Just give me your phone number, at least. I'll call you tomorrow, and we'll figure it out then, okay?" I'm trying to keep my voice soothing and hopeful, but it's hard hiding the panic that's building up in my chest. She regards me with a look that resembles pity. "It's been an emotional couple of days, Ben. It's not fair of me to let you make this kind of decision right now." She presses her lips to my cheek and then turns for the front door. I follow her out, determined not to let her change her mind like this. When she reaches the cab, she faces me with a steadfast look. "I would never forgive myself if I didn't encourage you to follow your dreams, like you encouraged me to follow mine. Please don't ask me to be the reason you give them up. It isn't fair." I can feel the desperate appeal in her words, and it forces all of my words back down my throat. She wraps her arms around me, pressing her face against my neck. I hold her tight, hoping if she feels how much I need her to stay with me that she'll change her mind. But she doesn't. She releases me and opens the door to the cab. I've never wanted to use physical force on a girl before, but I want to push her to the ground and hold her there until the cab drives away. "I'll come here next year," she says. "I want to meet your nephew. We'll meet at the restaurant again, okay? Same time, same place?" What? Did we even experience the same past 8 hours? Did she fall down the stairs and hit her head? No, I'm not agreeing to this. She's crazy if she thinks I'm just going to give her a high five and tell her I'll see her in a year. I shake my head adamantly and close the door to the cab, refusing to let her climb inside. "No, Fallon. You can't just agree to love me and then take it back because you think it's not what's best for me. That's not how this works." She's startled by my words. I think she expected me to let her go without a fight, but she's not the kind of girl you choose your battles for. She's the kind of girl you fight to the death for. She leans against the cab and crosses her arms over her chest. Her eyes are focused on the ground, but mine are focused on her. "Ben," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "You don't need to be in New York. You need to be here. I'll just be a distraction, and you'll never finish your book. It's only 3 more years. If we're meant to be together, 3 years is nothing." I laugh,
but my laugh is short and humorless. Meant to be together? Are you listening to yourself? This isn't one of your fairy tales, Fallon. This is real life, and in the real world, you have to bust your ass for the happy ever after. I grip the nape of my neck and take a step away from her, trying to collect my frustration and bottle it back up. But it's pouring out of me every time I think about how she can so easily climb into this cab, knowing she won't see me for an entire year. When you find love, you take it, you grab it with both hands, and you do everything in your power not to let it go. You can't just walk away from it and expect it to linger until you're ready for it. I don't know where this is coming from. I've never been angry at her before, but I'm so fucking pissed because this hurts. It hurts to know we just shared what we did upstairs in my room, and then after giving it a little thought, she decides it didn't mean shit to her, that I don't mean shit to her. Her eyes are wide, and she's watching me struggle through every single emotion a guy can possibly have. This week has been full of them, from Kyle's death, to having to call Fallon yesterday morning, to seeing her at my front door, to breaking down on her in my bed, to making love to her in the same spot. If I were to put the week's emotions on a graph chart, it would look like tidal waves. I see her glance at the cab as if she's contemplating her decision. I step forward and put my hands on her shoulders, forcing her attention back on me. Don't walk away from this. Her shoulders drop with her sigh. She gives her head a soft shake. Ben, I'm not walking away from this. I'm not doing anything we didn't agree to the first day we met. I'm the one sticking to the rules here. We agreed on 5 years. And yes, we had a little hiccup upstairs where we almost caved and... I cut her off. A hiccup? I point to the house. Did you just refer to us agreeing to start a relationship as a hiccup? Her expression is immediately apologetic, but I don't want to hear an apology. I'm obviously in the wrong here, because when I made love to her, I knew what was happening between us was something most people don't even know exists. And if she even remotely felt the same, there's no way in hell she would be saying these things right now. My stomach clenches, and I want to double over in pain. But instead, I hold steady, and I offer her one last chance to prove to me that the entire past day wasn't completely one-sided. I grip her face until my fingers are wrapped around the nape of her neck. I brush my thumbs across her cheeks and encourage her to look up at me. I touch her softly, as gentle as my fingers are capable of touching her. She swallows, and I can see that my change in demeanor is making her nervous. Fallon, I say, keeping my voice calm and sincere. I don't care about the book. I don't even want to finish it. All I care about is you, being with you every day, seeing you every day. I'm not finished falling in love with you yet. But if you don't want to finish falling in love with me, then you need to tell me right now. Do you want me to be a part of your life on more than just November 9th? If you say no, I'll turn around and walk right back inside that house, and things can go back to how they were before you showed up here yesterday. I'll continue working on the book, and we'll meet up next year. But if you say yes, if you tell me you want to spend every single day on the calendar this year falling in love with me, then I'm going to kiss you, and I promise it'll be an 11, and I'll spend every day after today proving to you that you made the right choice. My hands remain firm on her face. Her eyes remain firm on mine. And then a tear slowly begins to take shape and rolls down her cheek. She shakes her head. Ben, you can't. Yes or no, Fallon. That's all I want to hear. Please say yes. Please tell me you aren't finished falling in love with me yet. You need to be here for your family this year. You know that as well as I do, Ben. The last thing we need is a relationship over a cell phone. And that's exactly what will happen, because we'll spend every spare second wanting to talk to each other instead of focusing on our goals. We'll alter everything just to be together, and it shouldn't be that way. Not yet. We need to finish what we started. I let all of that go in one ear and out the other, because it isn't the answer I want. I lower myself until I'm at eye level with her. Yes or no. She inhales a shaky breath, and then, in a weak effort at sounding sincere, she says, No, Ben. Go back inside and finish your book. Another tear falls, but this time it falls from my eye. I take a step back and I let go of her.
When she climbs into the back seat of the cab, she rolls down her window, but I won't look at her face. I stare at the ground beneath my feet, waiting to see if it will split in two and swallow me whole. The one thing I want more than anything is for the whole world to laugh at you, Ben. I can hear the tears in her voice. And they can't do that if I don't do for you what you did for me the day we met. You let me go. You encouraged me to go. And I want the same for you. I want you to follow your passion instead of your heart. The cab begins to back away, and for a split second I think maybe she'll realize how fucked up her priorities are, because she's my passion. The book was just an excuse. I debate running after her, giving her a book-worthy performance. I could chase down the cab, and when it comes to a stop, I could pull open her door and whisk her into my arms and tell her I'm in love with her. That I finished falling in love with her almost immediately after I started, because it was a straight plummet from the top to the bottom. A whoosh, an instant, insta-love. But she hates insta-love. Apparently she hates semi-instant love, and slow love, and love at a snail's pace, and love in general, and... Fuck! I curse at the empty street because for once, I get exactly what I deserve. 4th November 9th. In her darkness, she is silent. In my darkness, she screams. Benton James Kessler.
Fallon. Even counting the night I was called up from being the understudy, I wasn't this nervous. I'm over an hour early, but our booth was already taken when I arrived here this morning, so I chose the one next to it. I tap my fingers on the table, my eyes flicking to the door anytime anyone enters or exits. I have no idea how I'm going to start this conversation. How do I tell him that as soon as I pulled away last year, I knew I'd made the biggest mistake of my life? How do I tell him that I made that last-minute decision for his benefit? That I thought if I told him I didn't want to fall in love with him, that I would be helping him in some way? And most important, how do I bring up the fact that I moved back to Los Angeles just for him? Well, not exactly just for him. I did make a huge career change a few months ago. Back when I was in community theater, I was asked to help out with lines a lot, because people had confidence in my talent. I guess you could say I taught acting in a sense. The joy I got from that stuck with me, and over time I realized that I enjoyed assisting the actors with their parts more than I enjoyed being the actor. It took a few months to finally accept that maybe my goal wasn't to be an actress anymore. People change, they grow. Passions evolve, and mine evolved into wanting to help others develop their own talents. I looked into schools all over the country, but with my mother, Amber, and, yes, Ben, being in Los Angeles, it was a no-brainer for which city I ended up choosing. As much as I question my decision for not agreeing to be with him last year, I know it was for the best in the long run. I've never been more at peace with my career choice as I am right now, and I'm not sure it would have happened had Ben been in the picture. So even though mistakes were made, I don't have any regrets. I think things are working out exactly as they should. But, as Ben and I can both probably attest, a lot can change in a year, so I'm terrified he may have changed his mind. He may not even want to be with me like he did last year. He may still be so pissed at me he doesn't even show up. But that's not really why I'm nervous. I'm nervous because I know he will. He always shows up. But this year, I have no idea where we stand. We left on really bad terms last year, and I take complete blame But he has to understand that if the shoe were on the other foot, he would have done the same for me. If I had made such a huge declaration in the midst of so much suffering, he would have acknowledged that maybe I wasn't in the best place to make such a life-altering decision. And he certainly can't fault me for encouraging him to stay and help out his family. His brother had just died. His sister-in-law needed him. His nephew would need him. It was the right thing. He would have done the same for me. He just took it as hard as he did because he was already having such an emotional week. I almost feel like showing up unannounced last year was a bad idea. I feel like my time there did more damage than it did good. My thoughts are interrupted when a hand comes to rest on my shoulder. I look up, expecting to see Ben standing there. And I do. But it's not just Ben. It's Ben and a baby. His nephew. I know this immediately because he has Ben's eyes, Kyle's eyes. All of this is coming at me at once, and I try to process each thing separately. First, the fact that Ben showed up, and he's smiling at me as I stand up to hug him, so that's enough to elicit a huge sigh of relief. Second, his arm is wrapped around this baby boy, who is perched up on his hip, leaning his head against Ben's chest. Seeing him with his nephew like this assures me that both of us made the right choice last year, whether he agreed to it at the time or not. I was hoping to meet his nephew at some point today, but I thought I'd have a chance to talk to Ben first, one-on-one, about how he left things last year. But I can adapt, especially for a baby as cute as this one. He's grinning shyly at me, and I can see so much of Jordan in him. He's almost equal parts Jordan and Kyle. I wonder how that is for her. To see so much of Kyle when she looks at her son. When Ben releases me from the hug, he smiles down at the little boy. "Fallon, I'd like you to meet my nephew, Oliver." He picks up Oliver's tiny wrist and waves it at me. "Oliver, this is Fallon." I lift my hand, and Oliver immediately reaches his arms out to me. Shocked, I let him come to me, pulling him against me the same way Ben was holding him. It's been a long time since I've held a baby, but I'd much rather Ben's nephew want me to hold him than cry if I tried. "He likes the pretty ladies," Ben says with a wink, releasing him once I have hold of him. "Let me grab a high chair." Ben walks away, so I take a seat with Oliver, setting him on the table in front of me. "Aren't you a cutie?" I say to him. And he is. He seems like a very happy baby, and that makes me happy for Jordan. But still, sadness seeps in when I think about Kyle never being able to meet his son. I push the thought out of my head when Ben returns with a high chair. He pushes it against the edge of the booth and then secures Oliver in it. I didn't even notice the diaper bag Ben had over his shoulder until he removes it to take a seat. He fishes through the bag until he finds a container of snacks, and then he sets some Cheerios out on the table in front of Oliver, but not before wiping it down first. The whole time, he talks to Oliver in a respectful, peer type of way. He doesn't indulge in baby talk, and I'd be lying if I said it isn't adorable seeing him interact with an infant, like they're on the same level. Ben really has this baby thing down. It's impressive. And kind of sexy. How old is he now? 10 months, Ben says. He was born New Year's Day, a few weeks early, but he's fine. So the whole world celebrates his birthday with fireworks just like they do yours? Ben grins. I never even thought about that. Oliver plays with the Cheerios in front of him, completely content with not being the center of attention, which is a relief because maybe Ben and I will be able to have a serious conversation, despite being in the company of his nephew. Ben reaches his hand across the table and squeezes mine, and my chest heats up from the small gesture. "It's really good to see you, Fallon," he says, brushing his thumb over mine. "Really good." The sincerity in his eyes makes me want to lunge across this table and kiss him right here. He doesn't hate me. He isn't mad at me. I feel like I just took my first breath of pure air in a year. I flip my hand over to hold his, but as soon as I do, he pulls away to push Oliver's snacks closer to him. "I'm sorry I had to bring him. Jordan had to work today, and the sitter canceled last minute." "It's fine," I tell him, and honestly it is. I love watching him interact with Oliver. It adds another layer to him that I haven't witnessed before. "How is Jordan?" "Good," Ben says, nodding like he's trying to convince himself of this too. "Really good. She's such a great mom. Kyle would be proud." He says the last sentence quieter than the rest. "What about you? How's New York?" I don't know how to answer that right now. I don't feel now is the right time to bring it up, so I avoid the question. "This is always so weird," I say. "Seeing you for the first time in a year. I never know what to say or do." I'm lying. It's never been weird before. But thanks to last year, it feels very awkward today. He reaches across the table and places his hand over my wrist, giving it a light squeeze. "I'm nervous too," he says reassuringly. His eyes drop to our hands, and then he pulls his back and clears his throat. It's cute how he's trying to be respectful in front of Oliver. "Have you ordered yet?" He picks up the menu and stares at it silently for a moment, but I can tell he isn't reading it. He's more nervous than he should be, but we did leave things off in an awkward place last year. I worry that it isn't nerves plaguing him, but maybe a little bit of bitterness. I know I hurt him last year, but surely he's had time to understand why I did what I did. And hopefully he knows that walking away from him when he was in so much pain was probably harder on me than it was on him. I've spent the entire last year with a heavy heart because it's constantly on my mind. We both order something to eat, and he makes sure to add a side of mashed potatoes for Oliver, which I find adorable. I try to alleviate our nerves with small talk. I tell him about how I decided my new goal in life is to open a talent studio. He smiled and said I was no longer Fallon the Transient. I asked him what my new name was, and he looked at me thoughtfully and said, Fallon the Teacher. And I loved the sound of that. He said he graduated college this past May, and it made me sad that I wasn't there for that. But I know there will be plenty of milestones in the future. I'll go to his graduation ceremony when he gets his advanced degree, because he says that's what he's working toward now. He got a job doing freelance for an online magazine and decided to further his career with a master's in technical writing. During a lull in our conversation, Ben spoons a bite of mashed potatoes into Oliver's mouth. The baby rubs his eyes and looks as though he's about to nod off right into his bowl. Can he say any words yet? Ben smiles down at Oliver, brushing a hand over his tiny head. A couple. I'm pretty sure he says them by accident, though. He mostly talks gibberish. Ben laughs and then says, "He did say his first curse word, though. We keep his baby monitor on at night. And last week, clear as day, he said the word shit. Little guy starting early," he says, pinching Oliver playfully on his cheek. Oliver smiles up at him, and when he does, everything hits me at once. Ben treats Oliver like a father would treat a son. Oliver looks at Ben like he's his dad. Ben referred to himself and Jordan as a we, and they keep Oliver's baby monitor on at night, which means they share a bedroom? I suck in a breath the moment I feel my entire world turn on its axis. I grip the table when the clarity hits. I feel like such an idiot. Ben notices the change in my demeanor immediately, and when my eyes lock with his, he begins to slowly shake his head, realizing his slip-up. "Fallon," he says quietly, but he adds no additional words to follow up my name. It's clear that I know, and he does nothing to dismiss my assumption. He's drowning in an apologetic look. Instant jealousy. Building, raging, insane jealousy. I'm forced to get up from my seat and rush to the bathroom because I refuse to let him see how much this completely destroyed me in a matter of seconds. He calls after me, but I don't pause. I'm thankful he brought Oliver with him, because now he can't run after me. I rush straight to the sink, and I grip the edges of it, staring at myself in the mirror. "Calm down, Fallon. Don't cry. Save the heartbreak for when you get home." I'm not prepared for this. I have no idea how to deal with this. It feels like my heart is literally breaking, cracking right down the middle, bleeding out into my chest, filling my lungs with blood, making it impossible to breathe. Holding the tears back proves even more difficult when the door to the bathroom opens and shuts. I look up to see Ben standing there, holding Oliver, looking at me with a deep layer of regret. I close my eyes so I don't have to see his reflection in the mirror. I drop my head between my shoulders, and I just start crying.
Ben. This isn't how I meant for her to find out. I was going to tell her, and soon, but I wanted to ease into it. Not that I expected her to be heartbroken over the fact that I'm dating Jordan. In fact, I thought the chances of her being happy for me were greater than the chances of her being upset by it. I never expected this reaction from her. Why is she acting like she cares this much when she made it clear last year that she wasn't interested in anything more than the arrangement we made? But it's obvious by the way she's reacting that she does care. That she did care. But for whatever reason, she refused to be with me when I needed her the most. I try to hold it together, considering I'm holding Oliver, but every part of me wants to drop to my knees and scream. I take a few hesitant steps forward until I'm right behind her. I gently grip her elbow with my hand, wanting to turn her around, but she brushes my hand away and walks to the other side of the restroom. She grabs a paper towel and wipes her eyes, her back still to me. I didn't mean for it to happen. The words fall out of my mouth, as if they'll somehow comfort her. I want to take them back immediately. It doesn't matter that Fallon left such a big hole in my heart. I couldn't help it if someone else found their way in. It doesn't matter that Jordan and I were both destroyed after the death of Kyle. It doesn't matter that things didn't progress between us until well after Oliver was born. It doesn't matter that I'll never feel the same connection with Jordan that I had with Fallon, but Oliver makes up for anything our relationship lacks. The only thing that matters to Fallon is the unexpected twist in our story, one neither of us saw coming. one neither of us even wanted, and one she's partly responsible for. I have to remember that. As much as she's hurting right now, she hurt me just as much, if not worse, when she chose New York over me. I look down at Oliver, and his head is resting against my chest, his eyes closed. It's well past time for his morning nap, so I readjust him so that he's lying in my arms. Every time I look at him, there's a swelling in my heart, one that's so different from any feeling Fallon or Jordan could ever create. And I have to remind myself of that. It's not about either of them. It's about this little guy in my arms and what's best for him. He's the only thing that should matter, and I've been telling myself that for months. I thought that little reminder would be all it took to get me through this moment with Fallon, but now I'm not so sure. Fallon takes a deep breath and releases it before turning around. When she locks eyes with mine, it's evident how much of her I just destroyed. My knee-jerk reaction is to make it better, to tell her how I really feel, how, since the moment I kissed Jordan for the first time, I've been nothing but a confused mess. Actually, I've been a confused mess since the second Fallon pulled away in that cab last year. Are you in love with her? She immediately covers her mouth with her hand, shaking her head in regret for asking the question. Please don't answer that. She walks toward me and drops her eyes to the floor. I need to leave, she says as she passes me. I back up until I'm pressed against the door, holding it shut. Not like this. Please don't leave yet. Give me a chance to explain. I can't let her leave without her understanding the whole situation. But even more so, I'm hoping she'll explain what the hell happened last year and why she's acting like this news is actually affecting her like this. Explain what? She says quietly. Do you want me to stand here and listen to you explain how you didn't mean to fall in love with your dead brother's wife? Do you expect me to argue with you when you tell me it isn't just about what you want anymore, but about what's better for your nephew? Do you expect me to apologize for lying to you last year when I said I didn't want to love you? Each word of the last sentence to leave her mouth is like weights bearing down on me, sinking me to the bottom of a lake. She lied to me? I get it, Ben. It's my fault. I'm the one who walked away last year when you tried to love me. She tries to reach around me for the door handle, but I move to block her. I pull her to my side, wrapping my free hand around the back of her head and pressing her face to my shoulder. I press my lips against the side of her head, trying not to be affected by the way she feels in my arms. She grips my shirt, and I feel her begin to cry again. I want to pull her closer, hold her tighter in my arms, but Oliver prevents me from doing that in more ways than one. I want to say something that will comfort her, but at the same time I'm so pissed at her, at how carelessly she threw around my heart last year when I handed it to her, and how she's doing it again now that it's too late. It's too late. Oliver begins to squirm in my arms, so I'm forced to release her so that he doesn't wake up. She uses the opportunity to slip around me and out the bathroom door. I follow her out of the bathroom and watch as she grabs her purse from our booth and heads straight for the door. I head to the booth and grab the diaper bag. Our food is still sitting on the table, but I think it's safe to say we won't be eating it. I drop cash on the table and head outside. She's next to a car, fumbling around in her purse. By the time she retrieves her keys, I'm standing next to her. I yank the keys out of her hands and walk toward my car, which is parked right next to hers. Ben! She yells. Give me my keys! I unlock my car and crank it. I roll down the windows and then move to the back seat and strap Oliver in his car seat. When I'm positive he's still asleep, I walk back to her car. You can't leave hating me, I say, putting the keys back in her hand. Not after everything we've been... I don't hate you, Ben, she interjects. Her voice is offended, and there are still tears streaming down her cheeks. This was part of the deal, wasn't it? She wipes at her eyes, almost angrily, and then she continues. We live our lives. We date other people. We fall in love with our dead brothers' wives. And in the end, we see what happens. Well, we've reached the end, Ben. A little early, but it's definitely the end. I look past her, too ashamed to make eye contact with her. We still have 2 more years, Fallon. We don't have to end it today. She shakes her head. I know I promised, but I can't. There's no way in hell I'm putting myself through this again. You have no idea what this feels like.
she says, holding her hand to her chest. Actually, Fallon, I know exactly what it feels like. I peg her with my stare, wanting her to see that I'm not taking all the blame for this. If she wouldn't have walked away last year and completely devastated me, I wouldn't have spent the majority of the year resenting her. I would have never put myself in a position with anyone, much less Jordan, to risk what I could have had with Fallon. But I thought Fallon only felt a fraction of what I felt for her. She has no idea how heartbroken she left me. She has no idea that Jordan was there for me when she wasn't. I was there for Jordan when Kyle wasn't. And after losing two people we both loved, only later to be united with Oliver, it wasn't something we planned. I'm not even sure I wanted it, but it happened, and now I'm the only father Oliver knows. And why does it all feel so wrong now? Why does it feel like I somehow fucked up my life even more? Fallon pushes around me to try and open the door to her car, and that's when it feels like I've been punched in the gut. I can't breathe. I don't know why it took me this long to notice. I grab her hand and squeeze it before she opens the door. The quiet plea forces her to pause and look up at me. I look at her car for a beat and then back at her. Why did you drive here today? Confusion clouds her expression. She shakes her head. That was our agreement. It's November 9th. I squeeze her hand even harder. Exactly. You usually come straight from the airport when we meet. Why are you in a car and not a cab? She stares up at me, defeat consuming her eyes. She expels a quick breath and looks at the ground. I moved back, she says with a shrug. Surprise. Her words impale my chest, and I wince. When? Last month. I lean against her car and bury my face in the palms of my hands, trying to keep it together. I came here today, hoping for clarity, hoping that seeing Fallon would stop the war that's been raging inside of me since things started up with Jordan. And clarity is exactly what I'm getting. Since the second I walked into the restaurant and laid eyes on her, that feeling was back in my chest, the one I've never felt with any other girl. The feeling that makes me so terrified, I think my heart is about to burst right out of me. I've never had that feeling with anyone but Fallon, but I still don't know if that's enough to make a difference. Because Fallon was right when she said it isn't about what I want, it's about what's better for Oliver. But even that doesn't seem like sound logic when I'm standing right in front of the only girl who has ever made me feel this way. Now that Oliver is sound asleep in the car next to us, and no longer in my arms, I pull Fallon to me. I wrap my arms around her desperately, needing to feel her against me. I close my eyes and try to think of words that will fix this. But the only words that come are all the things I shouldn't say. How did we let this happen? I know as soon as the words leave my mouth that I'm being unfair to Jordan. But Jordan is also being unfair to me because she'll never love me like she loved Kyle. And she has to know that I'll never feel about her the way I feel for Fallon. Fallon tries to pull away, but I hold her tight. Wait, please, just answer one question. She relents and stays wrapped in my arms. Did you move back to LA for me? For us? As soon as I ask the question, I can feel her deflate. I can feel my heart tumbling down the walls of my chest. Her lack of denial forces me to squeeze her tighter. Fallon, I whisper. God, Fallon. I lift her chin and force her to look up at me. Do you love me? Her eyes grow wide with fear, as if she has no clue what the answer to that question is. Or maybe the question scares her because she knows exactly how she feels about me, but she wishes she didn't feel that way. I ask her again. I plead with her this time. Please, I can't make this decision until I know that I'm not alone in how I feel about you. She looks me pointedly in the eyes with an adamant shake of her head. I'm not about to compete with a woman who is raising a child on her own, Ben. I won't be the one who took you from her when she's already been through too much. So don't worry. You don't have to make any decisions. I just made it for you. She tries to push past me, but I grab her face and try to plead with her. I can see the resolve in her eyes before I even speak. Please, I whisper. Not again. We can't make it through this if you walk away again. She looks up at me, vexed. You didn't give me a choice this time, Ben. You showed up in love with someone else. You share another woman's bed. Your hands touch someone who isn't me. Your lips make promises against skin that isn't mine. And no matter who is at fault for that, whether it's mine for walking away last year or yours for not knowing I did it for your own good, none of it changes things. It is what it is. She slips from my grasp and opens her car door, looking up at me through damp lashes. They're lucky to have you. You're a really great father to him, Ben. She gets in her car, completely unaware that she's about to pull away with my heart. I stand here, frozen, unable to stop her, unable to speak, unable to plead, because I know there's nothing I could say that would change things. Not today, anyway. Not until I make things right in all the other areas of my life. She rolls down her window, wiping another tear from her cheek. I won't be back next year. I'm sorry if this ruined your book. That's the last thing I wanted. But I just can't do this anymore. She can't give up for good. I grip the door of her car and lean into the open window. Fuck the book, Fallon. It was never about the book. It was about you. It always was. She stares at me, silent, and then she rolls up her window and pulls away, never once slowing down as I pound on the back of her car, chasing her until I can't anymore. Shit! I yell, kicking at the gravel beneath my feet. I kick it again, stirring up dust. God damn it! How am I supposed to go back to Jordan now when I no longer have a heart to give her? 5th November 9th. My flaws are draped in her mercy, revered by her false perception, and with her lips upon my skin, she will undress my deception. Benton James Kessler.
Fallon. Previously, when I would think about events in my life, I would organize those events chronologically in my mind, as before the fire and after the fire. I don't do that anymore. Not because I've grown as a person. Quite the opposite, actually, because now I think about my life in terms of before Benton James Kessler and after Benton James Kessler. Pathetic, I know. And even more so because it's been exactly a year since we went our separate ways, and I still think about him just as much as I did after Benton James Kessler. But it's not so easy to rid my thoughts of someone who had such an impact on my life. I don't wish ill on him. I never have. Especially after seeing how torn he was with his decision when we parted ways last year. I'm sure if I cried and begged him to choose me, he would have. But I would never want to be with anyone because I had to beg. I don't even want to be with anyone if there's even a remote possibility that there's a third party at play. Love should be between two people, and if it isn't, I'd rather bow out than take part in the race. I'm not one to believe things happen for a reason, so I refuse to believe it was our fate not to end up together. If I believed that, then I'd have to believe it was fate for Kyle to die at such a young age. I'd much rather believe shit just happens. Injured in a fire? Shit happens. Lost your career? Shit happens. Lost the love of your life to a widow with an infant? Shit happens. The last thing I want to believe is that my fate has already been mapped out for me, and I get no say in where or who I end up with. But if that's the case and my life will turn out the same in the end no matter what choices I make, then why does it matter if I leave my apartment tonight? It doesn't. But Amber seems to think it's a big deal. You can't stay here and mope, she says, plopping down on the couch next to me. I'm not moping. Yes, you are. Am not. Then why won't you come out with us? I don't want to be a third wheel. Then call Teddy. Theodore, I correct. You know I can't call him Theodore with a straight face. That name should be reserved for members of the royal family. I wish she would get past his name. I've been out with him several times now, and she still brings it up every time. She can see the irritation on my face, so she continues to defend herself. He wears pants with tiny embroidered whales on them, Fallon. And the 2 times I've gone out with you guys, all he does is tell stories about being raised in Nantucket. But no one in Nantucket talks like a surfer, I can promise you that. She's right. He talks about Nantucket like everyone should be jealous he's from there. But besides that small quirk, and his pretentious choice in pants, he's one of the only guys I've been around that can take my mind off Ben for more than an hour. If you hate him as much as you seem to, why are you insisting I invite him out with us tonight? I don't hate him, Amber says. I just don't like him. And I'd rather you come tonight with him than sit here and mope about how it's November 9th and you aren't spending it with Ben. That's not why I'm moping. I lie. Maybe not, but at least we can both agree that you are moping. She picks up my phone. I'm texting Teddy to tell him to meet us at the club. That's gonna be awkward for you and Glenn, considering I won't even be there. Hogwash, get dressed, wear something cute. She always wins. I'm here, at the club. Not at home moping on my couch where I wish I could be. And why did Theodore have to wear the pants with whales on them again? That just makes Amber the winner and right. Theodore, Amber says, fingering the rim of her almost empty drink. Do you have a nickname, or does everyone just call you Theodore? Just Theodore, he says. My father is referred to as Teddy, so the nickname gets confusing if we both use it. Especially when we're back in Nantucket around family. Riveting, she says, dragging her eyes over to me. Wanna walk to the bar with me? I nod and scoot out of the booth. As we make our way to the bar, Amber threads her fingers through mine and squeezes. Please tell me you haven't had sex with him. We've only been out 4 times, I tell her. I'm not that easy. You had sex with Ben on the 3rd date, she says in retort. I hate that she brought up Ben, but I guess when you're discussing your sex life, the only guy you've ever slept with is surely going to be part of the conversation. Maybe so, but that was different. We knew each other a lot longer than that. You knew each other for 3 days, she says. You can't count entire years when you only interacted once a year. We reach the bar. Change of subject, I say. What do you want to drink? Depends, she says. Are we drinking because we want to remember this night forever, or because we want to forget the past? Definitely forget. Amber turns to the bartender and orders 4 shots. When he puts them in front of us, we hold up the first shot and clink our glasses together. To waking up on November 10th and having no memory of the 9th, she says. Cheers to that. We down the shots and then immediately follow those up with the next 2. I don't usually drink a lot, but I'll do whatever it takes to speed up the night, just so I can get it over with. Half an hour passes, and the shots have definitely done their job. I'm feeling good and buzzed, and I don't even mind it that Theodore is being a little handsy tonight. Amber and Glenn left the booth a couple of minutes ago to hit the dance floor, and Theodore is telling me all about... Shit, I have no idea what he's talking about. I don't think I've been listening to him at all. Glenn slides back into the booth across from us, and I try to stay focused on Theodore's face so he'll think I'm listening to him jabber about some fishing trip he takes with his cousin during summer solstice. When the hell is summer solstice, anyway? "Can I help you?" Theodore says to Glenn, which is odd, considering he said it in an unpleasant tone. I turn to face Glenn. Only, it's not Glenn. Brown eyes are staring back at me, and I suddenly want to push Theodore's hands off of me and crawl across the table. Fuck you, fate. Fuck you to hell. A slow smile spreads across Ben's face as he returns his attention to Theodore. "Sorry to interrupt," Ben says, "but I'm going from table to table, asking couples a few questions for a paper I'm working on for grad school. Do you mind if I ask you a few?" Theodore relaxes once he realizes Ben isn't here to mark his territory. Or so he thinks. "Yeah, sure," Theodore says. He reaches across the table to shake his hand. "I'm Theodore. This is Fallon," he says, introducing me to the only man who has ever been inside me. "Nice to meet you, Fallon," Ben says, clasping my hand with both of his. He makes a quick brush of his thumbs over my wrist, and the contact of his skin on mine is scorching. When he releases my hand, I look down at my wrist, sure it left a mark. "I'm Ben." I raise what I'm hoping comes off as an uninterested, lazy eyebrow. What in the world is he doing here? Ben's gaze slides from my eyes to my mouth, but then he focuses on Theodore. "So, how long have you lived in Los Angeles, Theodore?" So many things to process in my alcohol-riddled mind right now. Ben is here. Here. And he's probing my date for information. "Most of my life. Going on 20 years, I guess." I glance at Theodore. "I thought you grew up in Nantucket." He shifts in his seat and laughs, squeezing my hand that's resting on top of the table. "I was born there. Wasn't raised there. We moved here when I was 4. He turns his attention back to Ben, and damn it, Amber wins again. "So," Ben says, pointing a finger back and forth between Theodore and me, "you two dating?" Theodore puts his arm around me and pulls me against him. "Working on it," he says, smiling down at me. But then he looks back at Ben. "These are oddly personal questions. What kind of paper are you writing?" Ben pops his neck with his hand. "I'm studying the probability of soulmates." Theodore chuckles. "Soulmates? That's graduate-level work? God help us." Ben raises an eyebrow. "You don't believe in soulmates?" Theodore wraps his arm around me and leans back in his seat. "Are you saying you do? Have you met your soulmate?" Theodore glances around the room half-jokingly. "Is she here with you tonight? What's her name, Cinderella?" My eyes slowly make the journey to Ben's. I'm not sure I want to hear her name yet. He's eyeing me hard, trading glances with the fingers that are sliding up and down my arm. "She's not here with me," Ben says. "In fact, I was actually stood up by her today. Waited for over 4 hours, but she never showed." His words are like icicles, beautiful and sharp as a knife. I swallow the lump in my throat. He actually showed up, even after I told him last year I wasn't coming. His words are doing too many things to me right now, and it feels all wrong, since I'm sidled up next to a guy I wish would stop touching me. "What girl is worth waiting 4 hours for?" Theodore says with a laugh. Ben leans back in his seat, but I'm eyeing his every movement. "Just this one," he says quietly, to no one in particular, or maybe his words were only meant for me. Speaking of Amber, or maybe I wasn't speaking of Amber, I can't remember now that Ben is here and my brain isn't functioning properly, but Amber is back. My eyes grow wide when I look up at her. She's looking between me and Ben like one of us is a mirage. I totally get it because I feel the same way. Might just be the alcohol, though. I shake my head and widen my eyes to let her know not to acknowledge that she knows Ben. Hopefully she understands my silent instructions. Glenn is walking up behind her, and I try to do the same with him, but as soon as he reaches the booth, he smiles and yells, "Ben!" He slides in next to him and throws an arm around him like he's just found his best friend. Yeah, Glenn's drunk. "You know this guy?" Theodore says, pointing at Ben. Glenn starts to point at me, and that's when he sees the look on my face. Good thing he's not too drunk to decipher it. He stutters. We met earlier in the bathroom." Theodore chokes on his drink. "You met in the bathroom?" I take the opportunity to slide out of the booth in desperate need of a break. This is way too much. "Want me to come with you?" Amber asks, grabbing my elbow. I shake my head. I think we both know I'm hoping Ben follows me so he can explain what the hell he's doing here. I walk quickly toward the bathroom, slightly embarrassed by how fast I just made a break for it. It's funny how a grown adult can just forget how to function properly in the presence of someone else. But I feel like my insides are so hot they're beginning to scorch my bones. My cheeks are warm, my neck is warm, everything is warm. I need to splash water on my face. I walk into the bathroom, and even though I don't need to pee, I do anyway. I'm wearing a skirt that Amber forced me to put on, and it's so easy to use the bathroom when you're in a skirt. It's stupid not to take advantage of the opportunity. Besides, I'm pretty sure I'm getting a cab home right after I punch Ben in the face, so I might as well use the restroom while I'm here. Why am I justifying the fact that I'm peeing? Maybe because I really know all I'm doing is wasting time. I'm not sure I want to step out of the bathroom yet. As I'm washing my hands, I notice how bad they're shaking. I take several calming breaths while I stare at my reflection in the mirror. Looking in the mirror now is a lot different than it was before I met Ben. I don't obsess over my flaws like I used to. The occasional insecurities are still there, but thanks to Ben, I've learned to accept myself for who I am and be grateful that I'm alive. Part of me hates that he gets some of the credit for my confidence because I want to hate him. My life would be so much easier if I could hate him. But the guy is hard to hate when he's had such a positive impact on my life. It's the negative impact he's had on my life for the past year that makes me appreciate Amber for forcing me to make an effort tonight with my appearance. I'm wearing a slinky purple top that brings out the green in my eyes, and my hair has grown a few inches since last year. At least Ben is seeing this version of me, rather than the version of me that was moping on the couch 2 hours ago. I don't want to exact revenge on the guy, but it would be nice if, when he looks at me, he feels as though he missed out. I would feel a little vindicated that he fell in love with another girl if I knew he was experiencing a few pangs of regret. So many questions run through my mind as I finish up at the sink. Why isn't he here with Jordan? Did they break up? Why is he even here? How did he know I'd be here? Or did he just show up by chance? And what was he expecting when he went to that restaurant today, hoping I'd be there? My reflection reveals no answers. So I make the brave journey to the bathroom exit, knowing he's probably out there somewhere, waiting. No sooner than I have the bathroom door open, a hand grips my arm and pulls me further down the hallway, away from the crowd. I don't even have to look at him to know it's him. My whole body feels the familiar hum of electricity that moves between us any time we're together. My back is against a wall. Hands are beside my head. His eyes are boring into mine. How serious is it with whale pants back there? Damn it if he doesn't make me laugh right off the bat. I groan. I hate those pants. A crooked, smug grin spreads across his face, but as soon as it appears, it disappears, replaced by a flicker of disappointment. "Why didn't you show up today?" he asks. I can no longer tell a difference between the beat of my heart and the bass of the music. They're in perfect sync, one no louder than the other, thanks to Ben's proximity. I told you last year I wasn't going to show up today. I glance down the hallway toward the club. It's dark back here, past the bathrooms, past the people. Somehow in a building full of warm bodies, we have complete privacy. How did you know I'd be here tonight? He gives his head a dismissive shake. The answer to that question isn't nearly as significant as the answer to mine. How serious is it with this guy? His voice is low, his face close to mine. I can feel warmth radiating from his skin. It's hard to concentrate in this kind of distracting environment. I forgot what question you just asked me. I sway a little bit, but his fingers splay out against my hip and he steadies me. He narrows his eyes. Are you drunk? Tipsy, big difference. How's Jordan? I don't know why I say her name with spite. I don't harbor any resentment toward her. Okay, maybe just a little bit. But not much, because Oliver is such a cute kid, and it's hard to be mad at someone who can make such a cute kid. Ben sighs, glancing away for a split second. Jordan is fine. They're good. Good for them. Good for him and Oliver and their adorable fucking little family. That's nice, Ben. I need to get back to my date. I try to push past him, but he leans in closer, sandwiching me against the wall. His forehead meets the side of my head. He lets out a sigh and, feeling the breath fall from his lips and rush through my hair, forces me to squeeze my eyes shut. Don't be like that, he whispers into my ear. I've been through hell today trying to find you. I cringe from the way his words twist my stomach into knots. He slides his arms around me and pulls me into him. He feels stronger, more defined, even more like a man this year. I'm stiff against him as I ask my next question. Are you still with her? He looks crestfallen as he says, You know me better than that, Fallon. If I had a girlfriend, I certainly wouldn't be standing here trying to convince you to come home with me. He studies my face for a reaction, scrolling over each of my features with desire-filled eyes. I try not to notice, but he's pressed against me, my thigh firm between both of his legs. It's obvious by the scorching hardness pressed against my thigh that the look in his eyes is genuine. Feeling him like this again, his mouth dangerously close to mine, reminds me of the night I spent with him. The only night I've ever allowed a man to completely consume me, heart, body, and soul. And the thought of what he was able to do to me that night almost forces me to whimper. But I'm stronger than my hormones. I have to be. I can't go through another heartbreak like the one I'm still healing from. The wounds are still so fresh, it's as if he's clawing them open with his bare hands. Come home with me, he whispers. No. No, 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 Fallon. I shake my head back and forth with immense effort in order to ensure I don't accidentally nod. No, Ben. No. This past year has been the hardest year of my life. You can't expect me to just fall back into step with you because you showed up here tonight. He runs the backs of his fingers across my cheekbone. I don't expect that, Fallon, but I do pray for it. Every night, down on my knees to any God who will listen. His words feel like they penetrate the walls of my chest and all the air is let out of my lungs. I close my eyes when his breath grazes my jaw. He's taking advantage of the privacy and my weakness, and I want to punch him for it. But first I just need to know if he tastes the same. If his tongue still moves the same way. If he still touches me like it's a privilege. I'm being supported by a wall behind me and Ben in front of me, but still, when his hand drops to my thigh and his fingers begin slowly raking up my skirt, I feel like I'm about to crash straight to the floor. There's so much that needs to be discussed between us, but for whatever reason, my body wants my mouth to stay shut so his hand will continue moving. I've missed his touch so much, and even though I've made the effort to go out and try to get over Ben, I'm not sure I could ever find this kind of physical connection with another person. No one makes me feel as desirable as Ben does. I've missed it. The way he looks at me, the way he touches me, the way he makes it feel as if my scars are an improvement rather than a flaw. It's hard to say no to this feeling, no matter how hurt I've been over what transpired last year. Ben, I whisper, not so much in protest as I intended for his name to sound. He buries his face against my neck and breathes me in, and I forget everything I was about to protest. My head drops back against the wall, and then his hand slides around to the back of my thigh. His fingers graze the edge of my panties, and when I feel them slip just beneath the hem, my whole body shudders. I'm forced to bury my face against his shoulder and grip the back of his shirt just to keep myself upright. All he did was touch my ass, and I feel like I can't even stand upright anymore. I should be embarrassed. He pulls back just a little bit so that he can glance over his shoulder. I don't know who or what he's looking for, but when he sees no one is behind us, he reaches to the right of me, to a door. He pulls on the handle and it relents. Ben doesn't waste a second. He grabs me by the waist and pushes me toward the door, into the dark room, and then the door closes behind us, muffling the sound of the music. Now I can hear how hard I'm breathing, panting really. But so is he. I can hear him right in front of me, but I can't see him. I hear him feeling around the room. It's pitch black, and the absence of the wall behind me and him in front of me makes me feel empty. But then his hands are back on my waist. "Storage room," he says, pushing me until my back is to the door. Perfect. And then I feel his breath against my lips, followed closely by his mouth as it brushes against mine. As soon as I feel it, the surge of electricity that shoots from his mouth to every nerve in my body, I push against his chest. "Stop!" I tell him, my voice louder than it's been all night, thanks to the distance from the music. His hand is right back where it was before, grazing the edge of my panties, forcing my eyes shut like it would ever make a difference in here. "I'm trying," he whispers, threading his hand that isn't up my skirt through the strands of my hair. He grips the nape of my neck. "Ask me again." I open my mouth to say it again, but I'm met with heat and tongue and lips that know just how to make it all work together. Instead of the word stop coming at him, all he gets is a moan and a hand in his hair, pulling, pushing, indecisive. He pushes against me, his leg between both of mine. He's kissing me so hard, my mind is still wrapped around all the ways his tongue can move. Before I even notice, his hand has moved around to the front of my thigh. And I know I should stop him. I should push him away and make him explain himself. But his hand feels too good for that right now. My legs tense, and I grip the sleeve of his shirt with one hand while I pull on his hair with the other hand, tearing him away from my mouth so I can breathe. I take in one deep breath before he's back on my mouth, even hungrier than before. And his hand, oh God, his fingers are slowly tracing up the front of my panties. I moan again. Twice. He puts just enough space between our mouths so that he can listen to me gasp as he slides his hand down the front of my panties. My knees grow weak. I'm not sure I knew my body was capable of feeling these kinds of things. I think I just fell in love with my body a little bit more. Jesus, Fallon, Ben says, stroking me, breathing heavily against my mouth. You're so wet. As delicious as it feels to hear that, I can't help but laugh out loud. When I do, I quickly slap my hand over my mouth, but it's already too late. He heard my laughter in the midst of the most mind-blowing act of seduction I've ever been a part of. He drops his forehead to the side of my head, and I hear him laughing quietly. His mouth rests against my ear, and I swear I can hear the smile in his voice when he says, God, I've missed you so damn much. That one sentence affects me more than anything he's said all night. And I don't know if it's because it felt like the old Fallon and Ben for a second, or if it's because he removes his hand and wraps his arms around me, pulling me into one of his soul-crushing embraces. His forehead rests against mine, and I almost wish he would have kept going with the physical stuff because that's way easier than the emotional stuff. As good as it feels to be back in his arms again, I'm scared I'm screwing up. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should let him back into my life so easily, because the getting together part should be just as hard as the letting go part, and this feels way too easy for him. I need time, I think. I don't know. I don't feel capable of making this kind of decision right now. Fallon, he says, his voice low. Yeah, I breathe out. Come home with me. I want to talk to you, but I don't want to do it here. We're back to this again. It makes me wonder if he's being so persistent because there's only a few hours left of November 9th, and he wants to make the most of it, or if he wants me on all the other days, too. I feel behind me for the door handle. When I find it, I push against Ben's chest and pull the door open. When I slip outside, his hand is on my right elbow, and someone else grasps my left elbow. I gasp just as my eyes meet Amber's. I was looking for you, she says. What are you doing in... Her question comes to a halt when she sees Ben walk out behind me. And then, sorry to interrupt this reunion, but Teddy is worried about you. She's looking at me like she's disappointed in my decision to be making out in a dark closet with Ben while my date is in the same building. And oh my God, now that I think about it, that's a really shit thing to do. Crap, I say. I have to get back to the table. Ben makes a face like that's the last thing he expected to come out of my mouth. Good choice, Amber says, eyeing Ben. He can find me later. I have to get back to the table before Theodore realizes how pathetic I am. I follow Amber back to the booth, but luckily it's loud enough that I can't understand anything she's saying. I can tell she's lecturing me, though. We no more than slide back into the booth when Ben pulls up a chair and plops it down at the end of the table. He takes a seat and folds his arms in front of him. Theodore puts his arm around my shoulders and leans in. "You okay?" I force a quick smile and a nod, but I give him nothing more, considering Ben looks like he's about to crawl over the table and rip Theodore's arm away from my body. I adjust myself so that Theodore doesn't think I'm reciprocating his affection. I lean forward away from his arm, as if I have something I want to say to Amber. Just as I open my mouth, Ben's hand strokes my knee beneath the table. My eyes swing to Ben's, and he shoots me an innocent look. Luckily, Glenn steals Theodore's attention, so he doesn't notice when my entire body tenses. Ben begins to rake his fingers up my thigh, so I reach beneath the table and flick his hand away. He smiles and leans back in his seat. "So," Amber says, turning her attention toward Ben, "since we all just met you 15 minutes ago and know absolutely nothing about you since we've never been around you before because we're all complete strangers, why don't you tell us about yourself? What do you do? Theodore says you're a writer? Are you writing anything interesting? A love story, maybe? How's that going?" I kick Amber under the table. Could she be more obvious? Ben laughs. And now that Amber just spat out the most random question in the world, Theodore and Glenn are both staring at Ben, waiting for him to answer. "Well," Ben says, straightening up in his seat. "As a matter of fact, yes, I am a writer. I've had a really bad case of writer's block this year, though. Really terrible. Haven't written a single word in 365 days. But, oddly enough, I think I just had a major breakthrough a few minutes ago." "Imagine that," Amber says, rolling her eyes. I lean forward, deciding to join in on this cryptic conversation. "You know, Ben, writer's block can be a tricky thing. Just because you had a breakthrough a few minutes ago doesn't mean it's permanent." He pretends to give my comment a moment of thought, but then he shakes his head. No, I know a breakthrough when I have one, and I'm certain that what I experienced a few minutes ago was one of the most mind-blowing breakthroughs known to man. I raise an eyebrow. There's a fine line between confidence and cockiness. Ben matches my expression as his hand returns to my leg under the table, causing me to stiffen. Well then, I'm straddling that line, like it's the thigh of a long-legged brunette. Oh, dear God, those words. Glenn laughs, but Theodore leans forward to get Ben's attention. "I have an uncle back in Nantucket who had a book published. It's a pretty hard thing to—" "Theodore," Ben says, interrupting him. "You seem like a nice guy." "Thanks," Theodore says, smiling. "Let me finish," Ben says, holding up a finger in warning. "Because you're about to hate me. I lied. I'm not writing a paper." He points at Glenn. "This guy told me earlier today where to show up tonight, so that I could find the girl I'm supposed to spend the rest of my life with. And I'm sorry, but that girl just so happens to be your date. And I'm in love with her. Like, really in love with her. Crippling, debilitating, paralyzing love. So please accept my sincerest apologies because she's coming home with me tonight. I hope. I pray." Ben shoots me an endearing look. "Please. Otherwise this speech will make me look like a complete fool, and that won't be good when we tell our grandkids about this." He holds out his hand for me to take, but I'm as frozen in place as poor Theodore is. Glenn covers his mouth, trying to hide his drunken laughter. Amber is actually speechless for once. "What the fuck?" Theodore says. Before I can move out of his way, Theodore is reaching over me, grabbing the collar of Ben's shirt, pulling him close so that he can choke him or punch him or... I'm not sure what he's doing, but I duck and crawl out of the booth so I'm not in the middle of it. When I turn around, Theodore is on his knees in the booth, with Ben in a headlock over the table. Ben is grasping at Theodore's arm, trying to pull it away from his throat. His eyes are wide, and he's looking straight at me. "You fucking prick!" Theodore yells. Ben lets go of Theodore's arm with one hand and crooks his finger at me, wanting me to come closer. I take a hesitant step forward, not sure what to do to get him out of this mess. When I'm about 2 feet from them, Ben struggles to speak. "Fallon," he says, still clawing at the arm that's wrapped around his neck. Are you gonna come home with me or not?" Oh my God, he's relentless. And he's being pulled away from Theodore's chokehold by 2 bouncers who were intervening. But now both Ben and Theodore are being escorted outside, and Amber, Glenn, and I are following after them. Before we reach the door, Amber punches Glenn in the shoulder. "You told Ben where we were gonna be tonight?" she hisses. Glenn rubs his arm. "He showed up at our apartment today looking for Fallon." Amber scoffs. "So you just told him where she would be? Why would you do that?" "He's funny," Glenn says, as if that's a legit defense. Amber glances over her shoulder at me, with an apologetic look. I don't tell her there's nothing to feel bad about. So far, I'm kind of glad Glenn told Ben where I'd be tonight. It makes me feel good that he waited at the restaurant for 4 hours and then went looking for me at my old apartment, hoping Amber and Glenn still lived there. It's a little bit flattering, even though it still doesn't make up for what he put me through. As soon as we're outside, I immediately walk over to Theodore, who is pacing the pavement with a pissed-off look in his eye. He stops when he sees me standing in front of him, and he points in Ben's direction. "Is that true?" he says. "Are the 2 of you fuck, I don't know, what are you doing, dating? Exes? Do I even fit in the picture, or am I wasting my goddamn time?" I shake my head, completely at a loss. I don't know how to answer that, because I honestly don't know where I stand with Ben. But I do know where I stand with Theodore, so I guess I'll start there. "I'm sorry," I say. I swear before tonight, I haven't spoken to him in a year. I don't want you to think I was seeing both of you at the same time, but I'm sorry, maybe I just need some time to figure it out, I guess. Theodore cocks his head as if he's shocked by what he just heard. "Figure it out?" He shakes his head. "I don't have time for this shit." He starts to walk in the opposite direction, but he's still within earshot when he mutters, "You aren't even that pretty." I'm still processing the insult when I see Ben sprint past me. Before my eyes can even adjust, his fist is flying. I see Glenn rush to intervene, but... Wait, no, Glenn also punches Theodore. Luckily, the bouncers never even made it back inside, and all 3 of them are separated before anyone is seriously injured. Theodore is struggling to break free from one of the bouncers, and he's yelling obscenities at Ben the entire time. Meanwhile, Amber is standing next to me, steadying herself on a parking meter while she unfastens one of her heels. "I want every one of you to leave the premises right now before we call the police," one of the bouncers yells. "Hold on," Amber says, holding up a finger while she pulls off her shoe. "I'm not finished." She takes her shoe in her hand and glowers at Theodore, then rears back and throws it across the sidewalk, hitting him square between the legs. "I hate your stupid pants, asshole!" she yells. "Fallon deserves better than you, and so does Nantucket!" Wow. Go Amber. The bouncer holding Theodore asks him where his car is parked. He escorts Theodore in that direction as Amber retrieves her shoe. Ben and Glenn aren't released until the bouncer returns without Theodore. "The four of you, leave, now." As soon as the bouncer releases Ben's arms, he runs straight toward me, taking my face in his hands, inspecting me to see if I'm hurt. Or maybe he's checking my emotions. I don't know. Either way, he looks worried. "Are you okay?" I can tell by the soothing sound of his voice that he's worried Theodore hurt my feelings. "I'm fine, Ben. That guy's insults about my appearance don't carry much weight when he's willingly wearing those pants." I can see the relief in Ben's smile as he kisses me on the forehead. "Did you bring a car?" Glenn asks, directing his question at Ben. Ben nods and says, "Yeah, I'll give the two of you a ride home." "The three of you," I say to Ben, insinuating that just because he stood up for me doesn't mean I'm automatically going home to his place. "I'll need you to drop me off at my apartment." Amber groans, and then brushes my shoulder as she passes. "Just forgive him already," she says. "Glenn found a member of the male species he actually likes, and if you don't forgive Ben, you'll break Glenn's heart." Ben and Glenn are both quietly staring at me. Glenn is giving me puppy dog eyes, and Ben's bottom lip is protruding. I can't even. I shrug my shoulder in defeat. "Well then, I guess if Glenn likes you, then that's that. I have to go home with you." Ben doesn't even break eye contact with me when he holds out a stretched arm toward Glenn, his hand in a fist. Glenn bumps it, and then they drop their arms, never saying a word. As I pass Ben and head for the parking lot, I narrow my eyes at him and point. "You have a lot of explaining to do, though. A lot. And even more groveling." "I'm very capable of both those things," Ben says, following after me. "And you have to cook me breakfast," I add. "I like well-done bacon and over-easy eggs." "Got it," Ben says. "Explain myself, then grovel, then nakey eggs and bakey." He puts his arm around my shoulder and redirects me to his car. He opens the passenger door for me, but before he climbs inside, he cups my face and presses his lips to mine. When he pulls back, I'm shocked by how much emotion is in his expression after the ridiculousness of the past 15 minutes. "You won't regret this, Fallon. I promise." "I hope not." He kisses me on the cheek and waits for me to climb inside his car. Hands grasp my shoulders from behind, and Glenn's face appears next to mine from the back seat. "I promise too," he says, giving me a loud smack on the cheek. As we pull out of the parking lot, I stare out my window, because I don't want the three of them to see the tears in my eyes. Because yes, hearing Theodore insult me didn't only hurt my feelings. It was easily one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. But knowing these three defended me without a second thought almost makes the insult worth it.
Ben. It's quiet after we drop Glenn and Amber off for at least a solid mile. She's been staring out the window the entire drive, and I wish she would look at me. I know what I put her through last year hurt her more than I can probably imagine, and I hope she realizes that I'm going to make it right.
If it takes me the rest of my life, I'll make it right. I reach over and grab her hand. I need to apologize, I say to her. I shouldn't have said those things. She shakes her head, silently interrupting me. Don't take it back. I thought it was admirable that you were honest with Theodore. Most men would be too chicken to say anything and would just steal the girl behind their friend's back. She has no idea what I even feel bad about. I wasn't apologizing for that. I'm apologizing because I should have never said I was in love with you out loud like that, when the words weren't spoken directly to you. You deserve more than a second-hand I love you. She regards me silently, but then she looks out her window again. I look back at the road and then steal another glance in her direction. I can see her cheek lift in a smile as she squeezes my hand. Maybe if the explaining and groveling go well tonight, you can give the I love you another shot before you cook me breakfast tomorrow. I smile, because I know without a doubt the groveling and breakfast will be a piece of cake. It's the explaining that I'm dreading. We still have at least a 15-minute drive, so I decide to go ahead and get started. I moved out right after Christmas last year. Ian and I let Jordan and Oliver have the house. I can feel the tensing of her hand in mine just at the mention of Jordan's name. I hate that. I hate that I put that there, and I hate that it's always going to be in the back of her head for the rest of our lives. Because whether she wants it or not, Jordan is Oliver's mother, and Oliver is like a son to me. He'll always be in my life, no matter what. Would you believe me if I told you things are great with us? With me and Jordan? She gives me a sidelong glance. Great in what way? I pull my hand from hers and grip the steering wheel so that I can squeeze the tension from my jaw with my other hand. I want you to hear me out before you speak up, okay? Because I might say some things you don't want to hear, but I need you to hear them. She nods softly, so I inhale an encouraging breath. 2 years ago, when I made love to you, I gave everything to you, heart and soul. But then that night when you made the choice to go an entire year without seeing me again, I couldn't understand what had happened. I didn't understand how I could have felt what I felt when you felt nothing. And it fucking hurt, Fallon. You left and I was pissed, and I can't even tell you how hard those next few months were. I wasn't just grieving Kyle's death, I was grieving the loss of you. I stare straight ahead because I don't want to see what my words are doing to her. When Oliver was born, it was the first time I felt happy since the moment you showed up unannounced at my front door. And it was the first time Jordan smiled since Kyle died. So for the next few months, we spent every minute together with Oliver, because he was the only bright spot in either of our lives. And when two people both love someone as much as we love him, it creates this bond that I can't even explain. Over the next few months, she and Oliver became the things that filled the massive voids that you and Kyle had left in my heart. And I guess, in a way, I filled that void that Kyle had left in her heart. When things progressed between us, I don't even know if either of us gave it a prior thought before it happened. But it happened. And no one was there to tell me that I might regret it one day. I mean, there was even a part of me that believed you would be happy for me when we met up the following November, because I thought maybe that's what you wanted, was for me to move on and stop holding on to what you viewed as this fictionalized relationship we created when we were 18. But then when I showed up that day, the last thing I expected was for you to be hurt like that. And the second you figured out that I had been seeing Jordan, I could see in your eyes how much you really did love me. And it was one of the worst moments of my life, Fallon. One of the worst fucking moments. And I can still feel the wounds your tears left in my chest every time I breathe. I grip the steering wheel and blow out a steady breath. As soon as Jordan got home that night, she could see the heartache on my face. And she knew she wasn't the girl who put it there. And surprisingly, she wasn't that upset by it. We talked about it for probably 2 hours straight. About how I felt about you, and about how she felt about Kyle, and how we knew we were hurting ourselves by maintaining a relationship that would never equal what we'd both had with other people in the past. So we ended it, that day. I moved my stuff out of her room that night and back into mine until I was able to find a new place. I dare a look in her direction, but she's still staring out the window. I can see her swipe a tear from her eye, and I'm hoping I didn't make her mad. I'm not at all putting any of the blame on you, Fallon, okay? I only brought up that year you walked away because I need you to know that it was always you who had my heart, and I would have never let anyone else borrow it if I knew there was a chance in hell you'd ever want it back. I can see her shoulders shaking, and I hate that I'm making her cry. I hate it. I don't want her to be sad. She looks at me with eyes spilling over with tears. "What about Oliver?" she asks. "You don't get to live with him anymore?" She swipes at another tear. "I feel awful, Ben. I feel like I took you away from your little boy." She covers her face with her hands and breaks out into sobs, and I can't take another second of it. I pull the car over to the side of the road and turn the hazards on. I unbuckle my seatbelt and reach across the seat and pull her to me. "Baby, no," I whisper. "Please don't cry about that. Me and Oliver, we're perfect. I see him whenever I want, almost every single day. I don't have to live with his mom to love him the same." I brush my hands through her hair and kiss the side of her head. "It's good. Things are great, Fallon. The only thing not going right in my life is the fact that you aren't a part of it every single day." She pulls away from my shoulder and sniffs. "That's the only thing not right in my life, Ben. Everything else is perfect. I have 2 of the best friends in the world. I love school. I love my job. I have 1.5 great parents." She says the last sentence with a laugh. "But the only thing that makes me sad, the biggest thing, is that I think about you every second of every day, and I don't know how to get over you." "Don't," I beg her. "Please don't get over me." She shrugs with a half-hearted smile. "I can't. I tried, but I think I'd have to go to AA or something. You're just a part of my chemical makeup now, I think." I laugh, relieved that she simply exists, and that we were lucky enough to exist in the same lifetime, in the same area of the world, in the same state. And that, after all these years, I surprisingly wouldn't change a single thing about what ultimately brought us together. "Ben," she says, "you look like you're about to be sick again." I laugh and shake my head. "I'm not. I just really need to tell you I love you, but I feel like I should warn you before I do that." "Okay," she says. "Warn me about what?" "That by agreeing to love me back, you're taking on a huge responsibility. Because Oliver is going to be a part of my life forever. And I'm not talking like an uncle and a nephew, but like he's mine. Birthday parties and baseball games, and she puts her hand over my mouth to shut me up. Loving someone doesn't just include that person, Ben. Loving someone means accepting all the things and people that person loves, too. And I will. I do. I promise." I really don't deserve her, but I pull her to me and slide her between myself and the steering wheel. I pull her mouth to mine and I say, "I love you, Fallon. More than poetry, more than words, more than music, more than your boobs, both of them. Do you have any idea how much that amounts to?" She laughs and cries at the same time, and I press my lips to hers, wanting to remember this kiss more than any other kiss I've given her. Even though it only lasts 2 seconds, because she pulls back and says, "I love you too." And I think that was a stellar explanation, one that doesn't even need much groveling, so I'd like to go back to your apartment now and make love to you. I kiss her quick, and then push her back to her side of the car while I prepare to pull back out onto the highway. She puts her seatbelt on and says, "But I still expect breakfast tomorrow." "So technically, we've only spent about 28 total hours together since we met," she says. We're in my bed. She's draped across me, running her fingers up my chest. As soon as we got back to the apartment, I made love to her. Twice. And if she doesn't stop touching me like this, it's about to happen a 3rd time. "That's more than enough time to know if you love someone," I say. We've been counting how much total time we've actually spent together over the course of 4 years. I honestly thought it would amount to more than that because it sure does feel like it, but she was right when she said it wouldn't even equal 2 total days. "Look at it this way," I say, breaking it down even more. If we would have had a traditional relationship, we would have gone out on a few dates, maybe 1 or 2 a week, lasting a few hours each. That's an average of only 12 hours in the first month. So you have a couple of overnight dates in the second month. Couples could easily be well into their 3rd month of dating by the time they spend 28 total hours together. And 3 months is the quintessential month for I love yous. So technically, we're right on track. She bites her lip to stop her grin. I like your logic. You know how much I dislike insta-love. Oh, it was still insta-love, I tell her. But ours is legit. She lifts up onto her elbow, staring down at me. When did you know? Like, which second did you know for sure you were in love with me? I don't even hesitate. Remember when we were kissing on the beach and I sat up and told you I wanted to get a tattoo? She smiles. It was so random, how could I forget? That's why I got the tattoo. Because I knew in that moment that I had fallen in love with a girl for the first time. Like real love, selfless love. And my mother told me once that I would know the second I found selfless love, and that I should do something to remember that moment because it doesn't happen for everyone. So, yeah. She picks up my wrist and looks down at my tattoo. She traces it with her index finger. You got this because of me? She asks, glancing back up at me. But what does it mean? Why did you choose the word poetic and a music staff? I glance down at my tattoo and wonder if I should really go into detail with her about why I picked it. But that moment would darken this one, and I don't want that. Personal reasons, I say, forcing a smile. And I'll tell you about them one day, but right now I kind of want you to kiss me again. It doesn't take 10 seconds before I have her on her back and I'm buried deep inside her. I make love to her slowly this time, not in a wild rush like we did twice before. I kiss her, from her mouth to her breasts and back up again, softly pressing my lips against every inch of skin that I have the privilege of touching. And this time when we finish, we don't talk afterward. We both close our eyes, and I know that when I wake up next to her tomorrow morning, I'm going to make it my mission to forgive myself for all the times I withheld the truth from her in the past. After I make her breakfast.
Fallon. My stomach growls, reminding me that I never even ate dinner last night. I quietly roll out of bed and search for my clothes, but after locating my skirt, I come up empty. I don't want to turn on the light to find my shirt, so I walk to Ben's closet to search for a t-shirt or something to throw on while I go raid his refrigerator. I feel like an idiot, searching blindly in his closet for a shirt, with a smile on my face. But when I woke up this morning, I never expected the day to end this way. Absolutely perfect. I decide to shut the door behind me and flip on the light so it doesn't disturb him. I locate a thin, soft t-shirt and pull it off the hanger. After I get it over my head, I go to flip off the light, but something catches my eye. On the top shelf, next to a shoebox, is a thick stack of pages. It looks like a manuscript. Could it be? My curiosity is piqued. I stretch on my tiptoes until I can reach it, but I can only pull off the top page just to see what it is. November 9, by Benton James Kessler. I stare at the sheet for several seconds, long enough to wage a full-on war with my conscience. I shouldn't read this. I should put it back. But I have a right to read it. I think. I mean, it's about my relationship with Ben. And I know he said he didn't want me to read it until it was finished. But now that he's no longer writing it, surely that cancels out his one and only rule. I still haven't decided what to do when I take the entire manuscript off the shelf. I'll take it to the kitchen. I'll get something to eat, and then I'll decide what to do with it. I flip off the light switch and slowly open the closet door. Ben is in the same position, breathing heavily, on the verge of what could be considered a snore. I walk out of his bedroom and into his kitchen. I carefully place the manuscript on the table in front of me. I don't know why my hands are shaking. Maybe because his true thoughts about me and us and everything we've been through is all right here in front of me, and what if I don't like his truth? People have a right to privacy, and what I'm about to do is violating every bit of his privacy. It's not a good way to start out a relationship. What if I just read one scene? Just a couple of pages, and then I'll put it back and he'll never know. I already know what I want to read about. Since the moment it happened, it's been eating at me. I want to know why Kyle punched him in the hallway during our second year together. It had nothing to do with me, so that should be a safe enough scene to read without feeling too guilty about it afterward. I do my best to flip through the manuscript without absorbing any of the sentences. Ben makes it easy to find, considering he's divided up the chapters by his age. The fight happened the second year we were together, so I find the chapter labeled Age 19, and I pull it in front of me. I skip through his internal dialogue while he waited at the restaurant for me to show up. Hopefully one day he'll let me read this because I'm dying to know his true thoughts. But I refuse to read all of it. Compromising with my guilt by just reading a few pages still makes me feel like shit. I can imagine how I'd feel if I read the entire thing. My eyes skim over the page until I see Kyle's name. I pull the page in front of me and begin reading in the middle of a paragraph.
Everything will be fine, Jordan. I promise. The front door opens and she looks up. I can see by the excitement in her eyes that it's more than likely Kyle. My stomach turns from the nerves that have just become heavier than rocks. Fuck. He said he wouldn't be home until after 7 tonight. Is that Kyle? I ask Jordan. She nods, pushing past me. He took off early to help me, she says, walking to the sink. She grabs a napkin and dabs at her eyes. Tell him I'll be right out. I don't want him to know how much I've been crying today. I feel like such a spaz. Shit. Maybe he won't remember. It's been so long now and we've never talked about it. I take a deep breath and head back into the living room, trying to hide the panic. He can't ruin this for me. All is well with Jordan, I say as I re-enter the living room, hoping to play off my nerves. I stop short when I see him, because the look on his face lets me know he definitely remembers, and he's pissed. Kyle's jaw hardens. He tosses his keys onto the entry table and points at me. We need to talk. At least he's pulling me away from Fallon to discuss it. That's a relief. It doesn't look like he'll be saying anything in front of her. I can deal with him in private. That's not an issue. I can fight my way out of the shit I've gotten myself into, but the last thing I want is for Fallon to be brought into it. I smile at Fallon because I can tell by the look on her face that she's aware something is off with Kyle. I want to reassure her that everything is okay, even though it's so far from it. Be right back. She nods, so I follow Kyle down the hallway. He stops just outside his bedroom door. He points in the direction of the living room. Can you please explain to me what the fuck is happening? I glance back at the living room, wondering how I can possibly talk my way out of this. But I know there's nothing he'll believe other than the truth. I put my hands on my hips and look down at the floor. The disappointment in his eyes is hard to see. We're friends, I tell him. I met her last year at a restaurant. Kyle releases a disbelieving laugh. Friends? He says. Because Ian just introduced her as your fucking girlfriend, Ben. Shit. I do what I can to diffuse his temper. I've never seen him this angry. I swear it's not like that. Damn it, this is so fucked up. I throw my hands up in defeat. I like her, okay? I can't help it. It's not like that's what I set out to do. Kyle looks away, running his hands down his face in frustration. When he turns around again, I'm not prepared for what happens. He pushes me, hard, and I slam into the wall behind me. His hands are pressed against my shoulders, and he's pinning me against the wall. Does she know, Ben? Does she have any idea that you're the one who started that fire? That you're the reason she almost died? I feel my jaw tighten. He can't do this. Not today. Not to her. Shut up, I say through clenched teeth. Please, she's in the other room for Christ's sake. I try to push him off me, but he shoves his arm against my throat. What kind of fucked up situation did you get yourself in, Ben? Are you an idiot?
Just as the question leaves his mouth, I see her walk around the corner. She stops short as she takes in the scene, and the shock that appears on her face reassures me that she didn't hear anything else.
Fallon. I slam the pages back on top of the others. He's fucked up. Ben is a twisted, fucked up writer. How dare he take something real, something that I suffered through, and turn it into fiction with a ridiculous plotline? I'm pissed. How could he do this? But then again, he didn't finish it, so am I even allowed to be angry? But why would he do this? Doesn't he know how personal that story is to me? I can't believe he would try to capitalize on such an awful tragedy. I'd almost like it better if he was telling the truth and he really did start the fire. At least then I wouldn't feel like he was taking advantage of my story. Why would he make up part of the fight when everything else surrounding the fight between him and Kyle actually happened? Did he even make up any of it at all? I laugh at myself. It's not true. He didn't meet me until 2 years after the fire. There was no way he could have been there. Besides, what are the chances he would run into me on the anniversary of the fire exactly 2 years later? He would have had to have been following me. He wasn't following me. Was he? I need water. I get water. I need to sit down again. I sit down. Spin, spin, spin. The web of possible lies is spinning. My mind is spinning. My stomach is spinning. It even feels like the blood in my veins is spinning. I stack the pages of the manuscript back into a neat and tidy pile just as I found them. Why would you write this, Ben? I look at the cover and run my fingers over the title, November 9. He needed a good plot. Is that what he's done? He just fabricated his plotline? There's no way he could be responsible for the fire. It makes absolutely no sense. My father is to blame. He knows, the police know, and I know it. I find myself lifting the cover page off the stack. I stare down at the first page of the manuscript, and I do the only thing I can to find more answers. I read.
November 9, by Benton James Kessler. To begin at the beginning. Dylan Thomas. Prologue. Every life begins with a mother. Mine is no different. She was a writer. I'm told my father was a psychiatrist, but I wouldn't know for sure since I never had the chance to ask him. He died when I was 3. I have no memory of him, but I suppose it's for the best. It's hard to grieve people you don't remember. My mother had a master's degree in poetry and completed her thesis on the Welsh poet Dylan Thomas. She quoted him often, although her most favorite quotes weren't from his world-famous poetry, but rather from his everyday dialogue. I never could tell if she respected Dylan Thomas as a poet or a person, because from what I've learned about him in my research, there wasn't much to respect about his character. Or maybe that's what is to be respected, the fact that Dylan Thomas did little to gain popularity as a person, and everything to gain it as a poet. I suppose I should get on with how my mother died. I should probably also get on with how a girl who inspired me to write this book relates to a story that begins with my mother. And I suppose if I get on with both of those things, I should also get on with how Dylan Thomas relates to my mother's life, most importantly, her death, and how both led me to Fallon. It seems so complicated, when in fact, it's very simple. Everything relates. Everything is connected. And it all begins on November 9th, 2 years before I came face to face with Fallon O'Neill for the very first time. November 9th. The first and last time my mother would die. November 9th. The night I intentionally started the fire that almost claimed the life of the girl who would one day save mine.
Fallon. I stare at the pages in front of me in complete disbelief. Bile rushes up the back of my throat. What have I done? I swallow hard to force it back down, and it stings. What kind of monster did I give my heart to? My hands are shaking. I'm unable to move. I can't decide if I need to read more, to get to the next page where it's obviously going to state that everything I read is a work of Ben's magnificent yet twisted imagination, that he found a way to make our story marketable by mixing fact and fiction. Do I read more? Or do I run? How can I run from someone I've slowly given myself to over the course of 4 years? Or is it 6? Has he known me since I was 16? Did he know me the day we met in the restaurant? Was he there because of me? So much blood, all of it, every drop is rushing through my head. Even my ears begin to ache from the pressure. Fear grips my body like I'm a cliff, and it's dangling from my ledge. It grips every part of me. I need to get out of here. I grab my phone and quietly call for a cab. They say there's one down the street and it will arrive in a few minutes. I'm consumed by so much fear. Fear of these pages in my hands. Fear of deception. Fear of the man asleep in the next room who I just promised all of my tomorrows to. I scoot the chair back to get my stuff together, but before I stand, I hear his bedroom door open. On high alert, I swing my head over my shoulder. He's paused in his doorway, wiping sleep from his eyes. If I could freeze this moment, I would take full advantage so that I could study him. I would run my fingers over his lips to see if they really were as soft as the words that come from them. I would pick up his hands and brush my thumbs over his palms to see if they really felt capable of caressing the scars they were responsible for. I would wrap my arms around him and stand on my tiptoes to whisper in his ear, "Why didn't you tell me that the foundation you taught me to stand on is made from quicksand?" I see his gaze flicker to the pages of his manuscript that are gripped tightly in my hand. In a matter of seconds, every thought he has flashes across his face. He's wondering how I found it. He's wondering how much I've read. Ben the writer. I want to laugh, because Benton James Kessler isn't a writer. He's an actor. A master of deception who just completed a 4-year-long performance. For the first time, I don't see him as the Ben I fell in love with. The Ben who single-handedly changed my life. Right now, I see him only as a stranger. Someone I know absolutely nothing about. "What are you doing, Fallon?" His voice makes me flinch. It sounds exactly the same as the voice that said, "I love you," just an hour ago. Only now his voice fills me with panic. Terror consumes me as a rush of unease takes over. I have no idea who he is. I have no idea what his motive has been these past few years. I have no idea what he's capable of. He begins to advance toward me, so I do the only thing I can think to do. I run to the other side of the table, hoping to put a safe distance between myself and this man. Hurt washes over his face when he sees my reaction, but I have no idea if it's genuine or rehearsed. I have no idea if I should believe everything I just read, or if he made it all up for the sake of having a plot line. I've cried for lots of reasons in my life, mostly from sadness, sometimes out of frustration or anger. But this is the first time a tear has ever escaped because of fear. Ben watches the tear roll down my cheek, and he holds up a reassuring hand. Fallon. His eyes are wide, and they hold almost as much fear as mine. But I have no idea anymore if what I see on his face is real. Fallon, please. Let me explain. He seems so concerned, so genuine. Maybe it's fiction. Maybe he turned our story into fiction. Surely he didn't do this to me. I point at the manuscript, hoping he doesn't notice the trembling of my hand. Is that true, Ben? He glances to the manuscript, but then he looks back up at me as if he can't stomach seeing the pages on the table. Shake your head, Ben. Deny it, please. He does nothing. His lack of denial hits me hard, and I gasp. Let me explain. Please, just... He begins to move toward me, so I stumble backward until I meet the wall. I need out of here. I need to get away from him. He moves right instead of left, which puts him further away from the front door than me. I can make it. If I move fast enough, I can make it to the door before him. But why is he allowing that to happen? Why would he allow me the chance to run? I want to leave, I tell him. Please. He nods, but he's still holding a hand up in the air, palm facing me. His nod tells me one thing, but his hand is asking me to stay put. I know he wants to give me an explanation, but unless he's going to tell me that what I just read isn't true, then I don't want to stay and listen to anything else he has to say. I just need him to tell me it's not true. Ben, I whisper, my hands pressed flat against the wall behind me. Please tell me what I read isn't true. Please tell me I'm not your fucking plot twist. My words pull out the one expression I was hoping I wouldn't see. Regret. I taste the bile again. I clench my stomach. Oh God. I want out. I need out of here before I'm too sick and weak to leave. The next few seconds are a hazy blur as I mutter, "Oh God," again, and rush toward the couch. I need my purse, my shoes. I want out, I want out, I want out. I reach the door and slide the deadbolt to the left, but his hand cups mine, and his chest meets my back, pressing me against the door. I squeeze my eyes shut when I feel his breath against the back of my neck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. His words are as desperate as the grip he has on me when he spins me around to face him. He's wiping away my tears, and his own begin to form in his eyes. I'm so sorry. Please don't go. I won't fall for this. I won't let him fool me again. I push against him, but he grips my wrists, holding them to his chest as he presses his forehead against mine. I love you, Fallon. God, I love you so much. Please don't leave. Please. And that's when everything inside of me morphs from one extreme to the next. I'm no longer scared. I'm angry. Pissed. Because hearing those words come out of his mouth make me reflect on the difference I feel hearing them now than from just an hour ago. How dare he lie to me, use me for the purpose of a book, make me believe he saw the real me, not the scars on my face. The scars he's responsible for. Benton James Kessler, you do not love me. Never speak those words again. Not to me. Not to anyone. Those 3 words are a disgrace when they fall from your mouth. His eyes widen, and he stumbles backward when I shove my hands into his chest. I don't give him time to spit out more lies and false apologies. I slam his door and fumble with the strap of my purse, putting it over my shoulder. My bare feet meet the pavement and I take off in a sprint, toward the cab I see pulling into his complex. I hear him calling my name. No, I won't listen. I owe him nothing. I swing open the door and climb inside. I tell the driver my address, but by the time the driver enters it into the GPS, Ben is at the car. Before I notice the window is down, he reaches his hand inside and covers the button that rolls it up. His eyes are pleading. Here, he says, shoving pages at me. They fall in my lap. Some slide to the floor. If you won't let me explain, then read it. All of it. Please, just. I grab a handful of pages from my lap and throw them toward the seat next to me. I grab what's left in my lap and I try to toss them out the window, but he catches them and shoves them back inside the car. I'm rolling up my window when I hear him mutter under his breath, "Please don't hate me." But I'm scared it's already too late. I tell the driver to leave, and when I'm a safe distance across the parking lot, the cab pauses before pulling out onto the road. I glance back at him. He's standing in front of his apartment door, his hands gripping the back of his head. He's watching me leave. I grab as many pages of the manuscript as I can reach, and I toss them out the window. Before the cab pulls away, I turn, just in time to see him fall to his knees, on the pavement, in defeat. It took 4 years for me to fall in love with him. It only took 4 pages to stop.
6th November 9th. Fate. A word meaning destiny. Fate. A word meaning doom. Benton James Kessler.
Fallon. I just lived through the longest minute of my life. Sitting on my couch, watching the second hand on my clock move at a snail's pace, as it processed the date from November 8th to November 9th. Although there was no sound when the second hand struck midnight, my whole body jerked, as if every chime from every clock on every wall in every house just rang inside my head. My phone lights up at 10 seconds after midnight. It's a text from Amber. It's just a date on a calendar like any other. I love you, but my offer still stands. If you want me to spend the day with you, just text. I also notice a missed text from my mother that came in 2 hours ago. I'm bringing you breakfast tomorrow. I'll let myself in when I get there, so no need to set an alarm. Crap. I really don't want company when I wake up. Not from Amber, not from my mom, not from anyone. At least I know my dad won't remember the anniversary. That's a plus side to our sporadic relationship. I click the button on the side of my cell phone to lock it, and then I wrap my arms back around my knees. I'm sitting on my couch, dressed in pajamas that I don't plan to take off until November 10th. I'm not leaving this house for the next 24 hours. I'm not speaking to a single person. Well, except to my mom, when she brings me breakfast. But after that, I'm taking the day off from the world. I decided after what I went through last year with Ben that this date is cursed. From now on, no matter how old or married I am, I will never leave my house on November 9th. I've also reserved it as the only day I'll allow myself to think about the fire. To think about Ben. To think about all the things I wasted on him. Because no one is worth that much heartache. No excuse is good enough to justify what he did to me. Which is why, when I left his apartment last year, I drove straight to the police station and filed a restraining order against him. It's been exactly 1 year, and I haven't heard from him since the night I drove away. I never told anyone what happened. Not my father, not Amber, not my mother. Not because I didn't want him to get in trouble, because I do believe he deserves to pay for what he did to me, but because I was embarrassed. I trusted this man. I loved him. I believed wholeheartedly that the connection between us was rare and real, and that we were one of a lucky few who found love like ours. Finding out that he was lying throughout our entire relationship is something I'm still trying to process. Every day I wake up and force myself to push thoughts of him out of my head. I went on with my life as if Benton James Kessler had never entered it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Most of the time it doesn't. I thought about seeing a therapist. I thought about telling my mom about him and his responsibility for the fire. I even thought about talking to my dad about him, but it's hard to bring him up, when most of the time I'm trying to pretend he never existed. I keep telling myself it will get easier, that I'll meet someone someday who will be able to blind me to thoughts of Ben, but so far, I won't even bring myself to trust someone enough to flirt with them. It's one thing to experience trust issues with men due to infidelity, but Ben lied to me on such a large scale that I have no idea what was true, what was a lie, and what was fabricated for his book. The only thing I know to be accurate is that he was somehow responsible for the fire that almost took my life. And I don't care if it was intentional or an accident. That isn't the part that infuriates me the most. I'm the most devastated when I think about all the times he made my scars feel beautiful, while never once admitting that he was actually the one who put them there. No excuse will ever justify those lies, so there isn't even a point in hearing them. In fact, there isn't even a point in allowing myself to think about it any more than I already have. I should just go to bed. Maybe by some miracle, I'll sleep through most of tomorrow. I reach over and turn off the lamp next to my couch. As I'm making my way toward the bedroom, there's a knock on my front door. Amber. She's done well not to bring up today's date until yesterday. She pretended she wanted to have a sleepover out of the blue a few hours ago, but I declined. I know she just doesn't want me to be alone tonight, but it's a lot easier to mope when there's no one to judge you. I unlock my apartment door and open it. No one is here. Chills run up my arms. Amber wouldn't do something like this. She wouldn't find humor in pranking a girl who lives alone this late at night. I immediately step back inside the apartment to slam the door shut. But right before I go to close it, I glance down at the ground and see a cardboard box. It isn't wrapped, but there's an envelope on it with my name sprawled across the top. I glance around, but there's no one near my door. There is a car pulling away, though, and I wish it wasn't so dark, so I could see if I recognized the vehicle. I glance back down at the package and then quickly scoop it up and rush inside, locking the door behind me. It looks like one of the cardboard gift boxes that department stores use to package shirts, but the contents are much heavier than a shirt. I set it on the kitchen counter and peel the envelope off the top of it. It isn't sealed. The flap is just tucked into the back of the envelope. So I pull the piece of paper out and unfold it.
Fallon, I've spent most of my life preparing to write something as important as this letter.
But for the first time, I don't feel like the English language has developed enough letters in the alphabet to adequately express the words I want to say to you. When you left last year, you left with my soul in your hands and my heart in your teeth, and I knew I would never get either of them back. You can keep them. I don't really need them anymore. I'm not writing this letter in hopes that you will forgive me. You deserve better. You always have. Nothing I can say would ever make my feet worthy enough to walk on the same ground you walk upon. Nothing I can do would ever make my heart worthy enough to share a love with yours. I'm not asking you to seek me out. I'm just asking that you read the words on the pages in this box in hopes that it can allow you, and maybe even me, to walk away from this with as little damage as possible. You may not believe me, but all I want is for you to be happy. That's all I've ever wanted. And I'll do anything to make that happen for you, even if it means helping you to forget me. The words you're about to read have never been read by anyone but you, nor will they ever be read by anyone but you. This is the only copy. You can do whatever you want with it when you're finished. And I know you owe me nothing, but I'm not asking you to read this manuscript for me. I want you to read it for yourself. Because when you love someone, you owe it to them to help them be the best version of themselves that they can be. And as much as it crushes me to admit this, the best version of you doesn't include me. Ben.
I lay the pages carefully on the table next to the box. I bring a hand to my cheek, checking for tears because I can't believe there aren't any. I thought surely if I'd heard from him again, I would be an emotional wreck. But I'm not. My hands aren't shaking. My heart isn't aching. I bring my fingers to my throat to see if I even have a pulse. Because surely I haven't spent so much of this past year building up an emotional wall so high that even words like the ones he just wrote can't penetrate it. But I'm scared that's exactly what's happened. Not only will Ben never break these walls back down, but I'm afraid he's forced me to build them so thick and high that I'll be hiding behind them forever. He's right about one thing, though. I owe him nothing. I walk to my bedroom and crawl into bed, leaving every single page unread on the kitchen counter. It's 11:15. I'm squinting, so that means there's sun, which means it's 11:15 a.m. I bring my hand to my face and I cover my eyes. I wait a few seconds and then I pick up my cell phone. It's November 9th. Shit. I mean, it's no surprise I didn't sleep for 24 hours straight, so I don't know why I'm upset. Especially considering the 11 hours of sleep I did get. I'm not sure I've slept this much since I was a teenager, and I especially haven't slept this much on today's anniversary. I normally don't sleep at all. I stand in the middle of my bedroom and debate how to proceed with today. Behind door number 1 lies my bathroom, my toothbrush, and my shower. Behind door number 2 lies a couch, a television, and a refrigerator. I choose door number 2. When I open it, I suddenly wish I had chosen door number 1. My mother is sitting on my couch. Shit, I forgot she was bringing me breakfast. Now she'll think I do nothing but sleep every day, all day. Hey, I say to her as I walk out of my bedroom. She glances up, and I'm immediately confused by her expression. She's crying. My first thought is, what happened and who did it happen to? My father? My grandmother? Cousins? Aunts? Uncles? Bottle? My mom's dog? What's wrong? I ask her. But then I look down at her lap and realize that everything is wrong. She's reading the manuscript. Ben's manuscript. Our story. Since when did she start invading privacy? I point at it and shoot her an offended look. What are you doing? She picks up a discarded tissue and wipes at her eyes. "I'm sorry," she says, sniffling. "I saw the letter. And I would never read your personal things, but it was open this morning when I brought breakfast, and I'm sorry." But then, she picks up some of the pages of the manuscript and flops them back and forth. "I read the first page, and I've been sitting here for 4 hours now and haven't been able to stop." She's been reading it for 4 hours? I walk over to her and grab the stack of pages from her lap. "How much did you read?" I pick the manuscript up and walk it back to the kitchen. "And why? You have no business reading this, Mom. Jesus, I can't believe you would do that." I shove the lid back on the cardboard box, and I walk it to the trash can. I step on the lever to open the lid, and my mother is moving faster than I've ever seen her move before. "Fallon, don't you dare throw that away," she says. She grabs the box from my hands and hugs it to her chest. "Why would you do that?" She sets the box on the counter, smoothing her hand over the top of it, like it's a prized possession. I almost just broke. I'm confused why she's reacting this way to something that should infuriate her. She releases a quick breath and then looks me firmly in the eye. "Sweetie," she says, "is any of this true? Did these things really happen?" I don't even know what to tell her, because I have no idea which things she's referring to. I shrug. I don't know. I haven't read it yet. I pass her and walk toward the couch. "But if you're referring to Benton James Kessler and the fact that he allowed me to completely fall in love with a fictitious version of himself, then yes, that happened." I lift one of the couch cushions in search of my remote control. "And if you're referring to the fact that I found out he was somehow responsible for a fire that almost killed me, but failed to point out that minor detail as I was falling in love with him, then yes, that happened too." I find my remote. I sit on the couch and cross my legs, preparing for a 12-hour binge of reality TV. Now would be the perfect time for my mother to leave, but instead, she walks over to the couch and sits next to me. "You haven't read any of this?" she asks, placing the box on the coffee table in front of us. "I read the prologue last year. That was enough for me." I feel the warmth of her hand encase mine. I slowly turn my head to find that she's looking at me with an endearing smile. "Sweetheart," my head falls against the back of the couch. "Can your advice please wait until tomorrow?" She sighs. "Fallon, look at me." I do, because she's my mother and I love her. And for some reason, even though I'm 23, I still do what she says. She lifts a hand to my face and tucks my hair behind my left ear. Her thumb brushes the scars on my cheek, and I flinch because it's the first time she's ever purposefully touched them. Other than Ben, I've never allowed anyone to touch them. "Did you love him?" she asks. I don't do anything for a few seconds. My throat feels like it's burning, so rather than say yes, I just nod. Her mouth twitches and she blinks fast, twice, like she's trying not to cry. She's still brushing her thumb across my cheek. Her eyes deviate from mine, and she scrolls over the scars on my face and neck. "I'm not going to pretend that I know what you've gone through. But after reading those pages, I can assure you that you aren't the only one who was scarred in that fire. Just because he chose not to show you his scars doesn't mean they don't exist. She picks up the box and sets it on my lap. Here they are. He's put his scars on full display for you, and you need to show him the respect he showed you by not turning away from them. The first tear of the day escapes my eyes. I should have known I wouldn't get away with not crying today. She stands and gathers her things. She leaves my apartment without another word. I open the box because she's my mother and I love her, and for some reason, even though I'm 23, I still do what she says. I skim through the prologue I read last year. Nothing has changed. I flip to the first chapter and start from the beginning.
Ben's novel, Chapter 1, November 9th, age 16. Break in the sun till the sun breaks down, and death shall have no dominion. Dylan Thomas. Most people don't know what death sounds like. I do. Death sounds like the absence of footsteps down the hallway. It sounds like a morning shower not being taken. Death sounds like the lack of the voice that should be yelling my name from the kitchen, telling me to get out of bed. Death sounds like the absence of the knock on my door that usually comes moments before my alarm goes off. Some people say they get this feeling in the pit of their stomach when they have a premonition that something bad is about to happen. I don't have that feeling in the pit of my stomach right now. I have that feeling in my whole goddamn body, from the hairs on my arms to my skin down to my bones. And with each second that passes without a single sound coming from outside my bedroom door, that feeling grows heavier and slowly begins to seep into my soul. I lie in my bed for several more minutes, waiting to hear the slam of a kitchen cabinet or the music she always turns on from the television in the living room. Nothing happens, even after my alarm buzzes. I reach over to turn it off, my fingers shaking as I try to remember how to silence the same damn alarm I've silenced with ease since I got it for Christmas 2 years earlier. When the screeching comes to a halt, I force myself to get dressed. I pick up my cell phone from the dresser, but I only have one text message from Abatha. Cheer practice after school today. See you at 5? I slip the phone in my pocket, but then I pull it out again and grip it in my hands. Don't ask me how I know, but I might need it. And the time it takes to pull my phone out of my pocket may be precious time wasted. Her room is downstairs. I go there and I stand outside the door. I listen, but all I hear is silence, as loud as silence can be heard. I swallow the fear lodged in my throat. I tell myself I'll laugh about this a few minutes from now. After I open her door and find that she's already left for work. She might have gotten called in early, and she just didn't want to wake me. Beads of sweat begin to line my forehead. I wipe them away with the sleeve of my shirt. I lift my hand and knock on the door, but my hand is already on the doorknob before I wait for her to answer me. But she can't answer me. When I open the door, she isn't here. She's gone. The only thing I find is her lifeless body lying on the floor of her bedroom, blood pooled around her head. But she isn't here. No, my mother is gone. It was 3 hours from the moment I found her to the moment they walked out of the house with her body. There was a lot they had to do, from photographing everything in her bedroom, outside her bedroom, and in the entire house, to questioning me, to looking through her belongings for evidence. 3 hours isn't a very long time if you think about it. If they thought foul play was involved, they would have cased off the house. They would have told me I needed to find somewhere else to stay while they conducted their investigation. They would have treated this way more seriously than they did. After all, when a woman is found dead on her bedroom floor with a gun in her hand and a suicide letter on her bed, 3 hours is really all it takes to determine she was at fault. It takes Kyle 3.5 hours to get here from his dorm, so he'll be here in 30 minutes. 30 minutes is a long time to sit and stare at the bloodstain that remains in the carpet. If I tilt my head to the left, it looks like a hippo with its mouth wide open, about to devour prey. But if I tilt my head to the right, it looks like Gary Busey's mugshot. I wonder if she'd have still gone through with it if she knew her bloodstain would resemble Gary Busey. I didn't spend much time in the room with her body, just the time it took me to dial 911 and for the first responders to arrive, which, despite feeling like an eternity,
was probably only a few minutes. But in those few minutes, I learned more about my mother than I thought would be possible in such a short span. She had been lying on her stomach when I found her, and she was wearing a tank top that revealed the end words of a tattoo she got several months ago. I knew it was a quote about love, but that's all I really knew. Probably Dylan Thomas, but I never even asked her. I reached over and pulled the edge of her shirt aside so I could read the entire quote. "Though lovers be lost, love shall not." I stood up and walked a few steps away from her, hoping the chills would go as fast as they arrived. The quote never meant anything until now. When she first got it, I assumed it meant that just because two people stopped loving one another didn't mean their love never existed. I couldn't relate to it before, but now it feels like the tattoo was a premonition. Like she got it because she wanted me to see that even though she's gone, her love isn't. And it pisses me off that I didn't know how to relate to words on her body until her body was nothing more than just a body. Then I noticed the tattoo on her left wrist, the one that's been there since before I was born. It's the word poetic written across a music staff. I know the meaning behind this one because she explained it to me a few years ago when we were in the car together, just the two of us. We were talking about love, and I had asked her how you know if you're really in love with someone. At first, she gave the quintessential answer: "You just know." But when she glanced over at me and saw that answer didn't satisfy me, her expression grew serious. "Oh," she said. "You're asking for real this time? Not as a curious kid, but as someone who needs advice? Well then, let me give you the real answer." I could feel my face flush because I didn't want her to know I thought I might be in love. I was only 13, and these feelings were new to me, but I was sure Bryn Fellows was going to be my first real girlfriend. My mother looked back at the road, and I saw a smile spread across her face. "When I say you just know, it's because you will. You won't question it. You won't wonder if what you feel is actually love, because when it is, you'll be absolutely terrified that you're in it. And when that happens, your priorities will change. You won't think about yourself and your own happiness. You'll only think about that person and how you would do anything to see them happy, even if it meant walking away from them and sacrificing your own happiness for theirs." She gave me a sidelong glance. "That's what love is, Ben. Love is a sacrifice." She tapped her finger against the tattoo on her left wrist, the tattoo that had been there since before I was born. "I got this tattoo the day I felt that kind of love for your father. And I chose it because if I had to describe love that day, I would say it felt like my two favorite things amplified and thrown together. Like my favorite poetic line mixed into the lyrics of my favorite song." She looked at me again, very seriously. "You'll know, Ben, when you're willing to give up the things that mean the most to you just to see someone else happy. That's real love." I stared at her tattoo for a bit, wondering if I could ever love anyone like that. I wasn't sure I would want to give up the things I loved the most if it meant I wouldn't get anything out of it in return. I thought Bryn Fellows was beautiful, but I wasn't even sure I'd give her my lunch if I were hungry enough. I certainly wouldn't get a tattoo because of her. "Why did you get the tattoo, though?" I asked her. "So my father would know you loved him?" She shakes her head. "I didn't get it for your father, or even because of your father. I got it mostly for myself, because I knew with 100% certainty I had learned how to love selflessly. It was the first time I wanted more happiness for the person I was with than I wanted for myself. And a mixture of my two favorite things was the only way I could think to describe the way that kind of love feels. I wanted to remember it forever, in case I never felt it again." I didn't get to read the suicide letter she left, but I was curious if she had changed her mind about selfless love. Or if maybe she only loved my father selflessly, but never her own children, because suicide is the most selfish thing a person can do. After I found her, I checked to make sure she really was gone, and then I called 911. I had to stay on the phone with the operator until the police arrived, so I didn't have a chance to case her bedroom for a suicide note. The police found it and picked it up with a pair of tweezers and put it in a Ziploc bag. Once they sealed it up as evidence, I just didn't have the balls to ask them if I could read it. One of my neighbors, Mr. Mitchell, was here when they left. He told the officer that he would watch over me until my brothers arrived, so I was left in his care. But as soon as they drove away, I told him I would be okay, and that I needed to make some phone calls to family members. He told me he needed to run to the post office anyway, and that he'd be back to check on me later today. It was like my puppy had died, and he was wanting to tell me it would be okay, that I could get a new one. I'd get a Yorkie, because that's exactly what the bloodstain looks like if I cover my right eye and squint. I wonder if I'm in shock. Is that why I'm not crying? My mother would be pissed that I'm not crying right now. I'm sure attention played at least a small role in her decision. She loved attention, and not in a bad way. It's just a fact. And I'm not sure that I'm giving her death enough attention if I'm not even crying yet. I think I'm mostly just confused. She seemed happy most of my life. Sure, there were days she was sad, relationships that went south. My mother loved to love, and up until the moment she blew her face off, she was an attractive woman. Lots of men thought so. But my mother was also smart. And even though a relationship she thought had promise ended a few days ago, she just didn't seem like the type who would take her life to prove to a man that he should have stuck with her. And she's never loved a man enough to feel as though she couldn't live without him. That kind of love isn't real anyway. If parents have been able to survive the loss of children, then men and women can easily live with the loss of a relationship. 15 minutes have passed since I began contemplating why she would do this, and I'm no closer to an answer than I was before. I decide to investigate. I feel a little guilty because she's my mother and she deserves her privacy. But if a person has time to write out a suicide note, surely they have time to destroy things they would never want their children to find. I spend the next half hour, why isn't Kyle here yet, snooping through her stuff. I scroll through her phone and email. Several text messages and emails later, I'm convinced I know exactly why my mother killed herself. His name is Donovan O'Neill.
Fallon. I drop the page with my father's name on it. It flutters to the floor with some of the other pages I just read. I push the manuscript off my lap and quickly stand up. I rush to my bedroom and opt for door number 1. I take a shower, hoping to calm down enough to continue reading, but I cry the entire time. No 16-year-old should have to go through what Ben went through, but it still doesn't answer all the questions I have about how this relates to me. But now that I know my father was involved with Ben's mother at some point, I have a feeling I'm getting closer. And I'm not so sure I want to keep reading, but now that I've started, I can't stop. Despite the fact that I feel nauseous, my hands have been trembling for 15 minutes straight, and I'm too scared to read what my father has to do with any of this. I force myself to forge ahead. It's at least an hour later before I have the courage to return to the manuscript. I sit back down on the couch and pick up right where I left off.
Ben's novel, Chapter 2, age 16. When one burns one's bridges, what a very nice fire it makes. Dylan Thomas. Kyle finally made it to the house. So did Ian. We sit around the kitchen table and talk about anything except why our mother hated her life more than she loved us. Kyle tells me I was brave today. He treats me like I'm still 12, even though I've been the man of this house since he left home 6 months ago. Ian calls one of those companies that provide cleanup service after a death. One of the officers must have left their business card on the counter, knowing we would need it. I didn't even know those existed, but Ian mentioned some movie he watched called Sunshine Cleaning a few years back, about a couple of women who did it for a living. The company sends 2 men, one man who doesn't speak English and one man who doesn't speak at all. He writes everything down on a pad that he keeps in his front pocket. When they're finished, they find me in the kitchen and hand me a note. Stay out of the bedroom for at least 4 hours so the carpet can dry. Your total comes to $200. I find Kyle in the living room. It costs $200. We both look for Ian, but we can't find him. His car is gone, and he's the only one with that kind of cash. I find my mother's purse on the kitchen counter. She has enough cash in her wallet. You think it's okay if we use it? Kyle snatches the money out of my hands and leaves the room to pay the guys. Ian returns later that afternoon. He and Kyle argue about whether or not he informed us he was going to the police station, because Kyle doesn't remember Ian leaving, and Ian says Kyle just wasn't paying attention. No one asks why he went to the police station in the first place. I think maybe he wanted to see the suicide letter, but I don't ask him about it. After reading how in love she was with this guy Donovan, the last thing I want to read is how she couldn't live without him. It pisses me off that my mother would allow the breakup over a man to devastate her more than the thought of never seeing her sons again. It shouldn't even be a toss-up. I can almost see how her decision played out. I imagine her sitting on her bed last night, crying over the pathetic bastard. I imagine her holding a picture of him in her right hand and a picture of me, Kyle, and Ian in the left. She looks back and forth between the pictures, focusing on Donovan. Do I just end it now so I don't have to live without this man for one more day? And then she looks at the picture of us. Or do I stick out the heartache in order to spend the rest of my life with 3 men who are grateful to have me as their mother? What I can't imagine is what would motivate her to choose the picture in her right hand over the picture in her left. I know that if I don't see for myself what was so special about this man, that it will eat at me. A slow, painful gnawing that will chip away at my bones until I feel as worthless as she felt when she circled her lips around the tip of that gun. I wait a few hours until Kyle and Ian have gone to their bedrooms, and then I walk into her room. I search through all the things I read earlier, the love notes, the arguments, the proof that their relationship was as tumultuous as a hurricane. When I finally locate something with enough information about him on it to Google his address, I leave the house. I feel odd taking her car. I just turned 16 4 months ago. She was saving up to help me buy my first car, but we hadn't gotten there yet, so I just used hers when it was available. It's a nice car, a Cadillac. I sometimes wondered why she didn't just sell it so she could afford 2 cheaper cars, but I felt guilty thinking that. I was a 16-year-old kid, and she was a single mom who worked hard to get where she was in her career. It wasn't fair of me to think we even remotely deserved equal things. It's after 10 p.m. when I pull into Donovan's neighborhood. It's a much nicer neighborhood than the one we live in. Not that our neighborhood isn't nice, but this one has a privacy gate. It's not that private, though, because the gate is stuck in the open position. I debate whether or not to turn around, but then I remember what I'm here to do, which is nothing illegal. All I'm doing is scoping out the house of the man responsible for my mother's suicide. At first, it's hard to see the houses. They all have really long driveways with lots of space between lots. But the further down I drive, the more sparse the trees become. When I close in on the address, my pulse begins to thump in my ears. I feel pathetic that I'm nervous to see a house, but my hand slips on the steering wheel from the sweat on my palm. When I finally reach the house, I'm instantly unimpressed. It's just like all the others. Pitched, pointy roofs, 2-car garages, manicured lawns and mailboxes encased in stone that match the houses. I expected more from Donovan. I'm impressed with my own bravery when I drive past the house, turn around, and then pull the car over a few houses down so that I can stare at it. I kill the engine, and then manually switch off the headlights. I wonder if he knows. I'm not sure how he would, unless they have mutual friends. He probably knows. I'm sure my mother had a multitude of friends and coworkers, and a side to her personality I never saw. I wonder if he cried when he found out. I wonder if he had any regrets. I wonder if he had the choice to go back and unbreak her heart. Would he do it? And now I'm humming Toni Braxton. Fuck you, Donovan O'Neill. My cell phone vibrates on the seat. It's a text message from Kyle. Kyle, where are you? Me. I had to run to the store. Kyle. It's late. Get back ASAP. We have to be at the funeral home by 9 tomorrow morning. Me. What are you, my mother? I wait for him to respond with something like, too soon, man. But he doesn't. I stare at the phone a little longer, wishing he would respond. I don't know why I sent that text. I feel bad now. There should be an unsend button. Great. Now I'm singing the words unsend my text to the tune of Unbreak My Heart. Fuck you, Toni Braxton. I sink down into my seat when I notice headlights coming toward me. I sink even further when I see them pull into Donovan's house. I stop singing, and I bite the inside of my cheek as I wait for him to get out of the car. I hate that it's so dark. I want to see if he's good-looking, at least. Not that his level of attractiveness should have played any part in my mother's decision to depart this world. One of his garage doors opens. As he pulls in, the other garage door also begins to open. Fluorescent lights are beaming down on both vehicles in the garage. He kills the engine to the Audi he's driving and then steps out of the car. He's tall. That's it. That's the only thing I gather from this far away. He might have dark brown hair, but I'm not even sure about that. He pulls the other car out of the driveway, some kind of classic car, but I know nothing about cars. It's red and sleek, and when he gets out of it, he pops the hood. I observe him as he toys under the hood for the next several minutes. I make all kinds of observations about him. I know that I don't like him, that's a given. I also know that he probably isn't married. Both cars seem to be cars a man would own, and there isn't room for another car in the garage, so he probably lives alone. He's more than likely divorced. My mother probably liked the appeal of his neighborhood and the prospect of moving us in with him so that I could have a father figure in my life. She probably had their lives mapped out and was waiting for him to propose, when instead, he broke her heart. He spends the next several minutes washing and waxing his car, which I find odd since it's so late at night. Maybe he's always gone during the day. That has to be irritating for the neighbors, although the neighboring homes are far enough apart that no one even has to notice what goes on next door if they don't want to. He retrieves a gas can from the garage and fills the car with gas. I wonder if it takes a special kind of gas, since he's not filling it at a fuel station. He sets the gas can down next to the car in a hurry, and then fishes out his cell phone. He looks at the screen and then brings his phone to his ear. I wonder who he's talking to. I wonder if it's another woman, if that's why he left my mother. But then I see it, in the way his hand grips the back of his neck, the way his shoulders droop and the way his head shakes back and forth. He begins pacing, worried, upset. Whoever is on the other end of that line just told him my mother was dead. I grip my steering wheel and lean forward, soaking in his every movement. Will he cry? Was she worth dropping to his knees over? Will I be able to hear him scream in agony from here? He leans against his precious car and ends the call. He stares at the phone for 17 seconds. Yes, I counted. He slides the phone back into his pocket and then, in a glorious display of grief, he punches the air. Don't punch the air, Donovan. Punch your car. It'll feel much better. He grabs the rag he used to dry off his car, and he tosses it at the ground. No, Donovan, not the rag. Punch your car. Show me you loved her more than you love your car, and then maybe I won't have to hate you as much. He pulls his foot back and kicks at the gas can, sending it several feet across the grass. Punch your fucking car, Donovan. She might be watching you right now. Show her that your heart is so broken you don't even care about your own life anymore. Donovan lets us both down when he storms inside his house, never once laying a finger on his car. I feel bad for my mother that he didn't throw more of a fit. I'm not even sure if he cried. I was too far away to see. The fluorescent lights go out in the garage. The garage doors begin to lower. At least he's too upset to pull the car inside. I watch the house for a few more minutes, wondering if he'll ever come back outside. When he doesn't, I begin to grow restless. A huge part of me wants to drive away and never think about this man again. But there's a small part of me that's growing more and more curious with every second I sit here. What is so fucking special about that damn car? Anyone who just received news as devastating as he did would want to lash out at the thing closest to them. Any normal man in love would have bashed their fist onto the hood of the car. Or, depending on how much he loved the woman, maybe even bashed their fist through a windshield. But this asshole grabs a rag to throw on the ground. He chose to get his aggression out on an old, weightless rag. He should be embarrassed. I should help him grieve properly. I should punch the hood of the car for him. And even though I know nothing good will come of this, I'm already out of my car and halfway across the road before I tell myself it's not a good idea. But when it comes to a battle between your adrenaline and your conscience, adrenaline always wins. I reach the car and don't even bother looking around me to see if anyone is outside. I know they aren't. It's after 11 at night by now. No one is probably even awake on this street, and even if they were, I wouldn't care. I pick up the rag and inspect it, hoping there's something special about it. There isn't, but I decide to use it to open the car door. Don't want to leave fingerprints behind if I accidentally scratch up his car. The inside of the car is even nicer than the outside. Pristine condition, cherry red leather seats, wood grain trim. There's a pack of cigarettes and some matches on the console. and it disappoints me that my mother would love a smoker. I look back at the house, and then I look back down at the matches. Who uses matches anymore? I swear I keep finding more and more reasons to hate him. Go back to your car, Ben. There's been enough excitement for one day. Adrenaline beats down my conscience yet again. I glance back at the gas can. I wonder, would Donovan be more upset over his precious little classic car going up in flames than he was over my mother's death? I guess we'll soon find out, because my adrenaline is picking up the gas can and pouring the liquid over the tire and up the side of the car. At least my conscience is still alert enough to know to set the can back right where he kicked it. I strike one and only one of the matches, and then I flick it out of my fingers, just like they do in the movies, as I walk back to my car. The air makes a quick whoosh sound behind me. The night lights up like someone just turned on Christmas lights. When I reach my car, I'm smiling. It's the first time I've smiled today. I crank my car and patiently drive away, feeling somewhat justified for what she did to herself, for what she did to me. And finally, for the first time since finding her body this morning, a tear falls out of my eye. And then another, and another. I begin to cry so hard that it's too hard to see the road in front of me. I pull over on a hill. I lean across the steering wheel and my cries turn to sobs because I miss her. It hasn't even been a day and I miss her so fucking much, and I have no idea why she would do this to me. It feels so personal, and I hate that I'm selfish enough to believe that it had anything to do with me, but didn't it? I lived with her. I was the only one left still in that house. She knew I would be the one to find her. She knew what this would do to me, and she still did it, and I've never loved someone I hate so much, and I've never hated someone I love so much. I cry for so long that the muscles in my stomach begin to ache. My jaw hurts from the tension. My ears hurt from the blare of the sirens as they pass. I glance in my rearview mirror and watch as the fire truck makes its way down the hill. I see the orange glow against the dark sky behind me, and it's much brighter than I expect it to be. The flames are way higher than they should be. My pulse is pounding way harder than I want it to be. What did I do? What have I done? My hands are shaking so hard I can't get the ignition to switch back into drive. I can't catch my breath. My foot slips on the brake. What did I do? I drive. I keep driving. I try to suck in air, but my lungs feel like they're filled with thick black smoke. I grab my phone. I want to tell Kyle that I might be having a panic attack, but I can't calm my hand long enough to dial his number. The phone slips from my hands and lands on the floorboard. I only have 2 miles left. I can make it. I count to 17 exactly 17 times, and then I'm pulling into my driveway. I stumble into the house, thankful Kyle is still awake and in the kitchen. I don't have to try to make it upstairs to his room. He puts his hands on my shoulders and ushers me to a chair. I expect him to start panicking with me when he sees the wide-eyed, tear-filled look on my face, but instead he gets me water. He speaks calmly to me, but I have no idea what he's saying. He keeps telling me to focus on his eyes, focus on his eyes, focus on his eyes. Focus on my eyes, he says. It's the first sound I process. Breathe, Ben. His voice becomes louder. Breathe. My pulse gradually begins to find a rhythm again. Breathe. My lungs begin to bring in air and dispel it like they're supposed to do. I breathe in and out and take another sip of water, and then as soon as I can speak, I want nothing more than to get this secret out of me before I explode. I fucked up, Kyle. I stand up and begin pacing. I can feel the tears on my cheeks, and I hear the tremor in my voice. I squeeze my head with my hands. I didn't mean to do it, I swear. I don't know why I did it. Kyle cuts me off mid-pace. He grips my shoulders and dips his head, looking me hard in the eyes. What did you do, Ben? I suck in another huge breath, and I release it as I pull away from him. And then I tell him everything. I tell him about how her bloodstain looked like Gary Busey's head, and how I read all the letters Donovan wrote to her, and how I just wanted to see why she cared about that man more than us, and how he didn't get angry enough when he found out she died, and how I didn't mean to catch his house on fire. I didn't even mean to catch his car on fire. That's not why I went there. We're sitting now, at the kitchen table. Kyle hasn't said very many things, but the next thing he says terrifies me more than anything has ever terrified me in my life. Was anyone hurt, Ben? I want to shake my head, no, but it won't move. My answer won't come because I don't know. Of course no one was hurt. Donovan was awake, he would have gotten out in time. Right? I gasp for another breath when I see worry in Kyle's eyes. He quickly pushes away from the table and stalks toward the living room. I hear the TV click on, and for a second, I have the thought that this is probably the last time that TV will ever click onto the Bravo channel, now that my mother won't be watching it anymore. And then I hear the stations change and change again, but then I hear the words fire and Hyacinth Court and one injured. Injured. He probably tripped running out of the house and cut his finger or something. That's not so bad. I'm sure he had house insurance. Ben. I stand up to join Kyle in the living room. I'm sure he's summoning me to tell me it's okay, that everything is okay and I should go to bed. When I reach the entryway to the living room, my feet stop moving forward. There's a picture on the TV in the top right-hand corner. A girl. She looks familiar, and I can't place her right away, but I don't have to because the reporter does it for me. Latest reports indicate that Fallon O'Neill, 16-year-old lead actress in the hit TV show Gumshoe, has been airlifted from the scene. No word as to her condition, but we'll keep you updated as reports come in. Kyle doesn't tell me it'll be okay. He doesn't say anything at all. We stand in front of the TV, soaking up news reports that break in between infomercials. At a little after 1 in the morning, we learn that the girl was taken to a burn center in South Bay. 10 minutes later, we learn she's in critical condition. At 1:30 in the morning, we learn she has suffered 4th-degree burns over 30% of her body. At 1:45, we learn that she is expected to survive, but will undergo extensive reconstructive surgery and rehabilitation. At 1:50, reporters state that the owner of the home admitted to spilling fuel near a car parked outside his garage. Investigators state they have no reason to believe the fire was caused intentionally, but a complete investigation will follow up to corroborate the homeowner's claims. One reporter insinuates that the victim's career may be put on hold indefinitely. Another says producers will have a huge decision to make when it comes to either recasting the role or putting production on hold while the victim recovers. The news reports transition from updates on the victim to how many Emmy Awards Donovan O'Neill was nominated for during the height of his career. Kyle turns off the television at approximately 2 a.m. He sets the remote down carefully, quietly, on the arm of the couch. Did anyone witness what happened? His eyes lock with mine, and I immediately shake my head. Did you leave behind anything, any possible evidence? No, I whisper. I clear my throat. He's right. He kicked over his gas can and then went inside the house. No one saw what I did after that. Kyle nods and then squeezes the tension out of the back of his neck. He takes a step closer. So no one knows you were there. Only you. He then closes the distance between us. I think he might want to hit me. I don't know for sure, but the anger in the set of his jaw indicates he might want to. I wouldn't blame him. I want you to listen to me, Ben. His voice is low and firm. I nod. Take off every item of clothing you're wearing right now and put them in the washing machine. Go take a shower, and then you're going to go to bed and forget this happened, okay? I nod again. I might be sick in a second. I'm not sure. You are never to leave the slightest traceable connection to what happened tonight. Never look those people up online. Never drive by their house again. Stay away from anything that can trace you to them. And never, ever speak another word of this. Not to me, not to Ian, not to anyone. Do you hear me? I'm definitely about to be sick, but I still manage to nod. He studies my face for a minute, making sure he can trust me. I don't dare move. I want him to know he can trust me. We have a lot to do tomorrow to prepare for her funeral. Try to get some sleep. I don't nod again, because he walks away, turning out the lights as he goes. I stand in the dark for several minutes, quiet, still, alone. I should probably be worried that I'll get caught. I should probably be upset that from this point forward, I'll always feel a sense of guilt whenever Kyle looks at me. I should probably be worried that this night, coupled with this morning and finding my mother, will screw me up in some way. If maybe I'll suffer from PTSD or depression. But none of that matters. Because as I run up the stairs, swing open my bathroom door, and expel all the contents of my stomach into the toilet. The only thing my thoughts surround is that girl, and how I've just completely ruined her life. I drop my forehead to my arm as I sit here with a death grip on porcelain. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live. I wonder if my bloodstain will look like Gary Busey.
Fallon. I barely make it to the toilet before I throw up. Beads of sweat trickle down my forehead. I can't do this. I can't read anymore. There's too much, and it's too hard, and I'm too sick now to keep reading. I somehow pull myself off the floor and make it to the sink. I wash my hands. I cup them under the stream of water and bring my hands to my mouth, swishing the water around. I do this several times, washing the taste of bile out of my mouth. I look in the mirror at the scars that run from my cheek to my neck. I pull my shirt off and look at the scars on my arm, my breast, my waist. I run the fingers of my right hand up my arm and neck, over my cheek, and back down again. I run them over my breast and down my waist. I lean forward until I'm flush against the counter, as close to the mirror as I can get, and I really look at them. I look at them with more concentration than I've ever looked at them before, because what I'm feeling is confusing me. It's the first time I've ever looked at them without at least a trace of anger following close behind. Until I read Ben's words, I never knew how much I blamed my father for what happened to me. For so long, I've hated him. I made it difficult for him to grieve with me over what happened. I found fault in everything he said. Every conversation we had turned into a fight. I'm not excusing that he can be an insensitive jerk. He's always been an insensitive jerk. But he's also always loved me. And now that I have a clearer picture of what happened that night, I shouldn't blame him for forgetting about me anymore. I only stayed at his house once a week, and he had just found out someone he loved had died. His mind must have been wrecked. And then for me to expect him to react with perfect precision when he sees his house is on fire is way more than I should expect of him. In a matter of minutes, he was grieving and then angry and then panicking because of the fire. To expect him to immediately remember that I had texted him 12 hours earlier to let him know I was sleeping at his house that night is completely unrealistic. I didn't live there. It wasn't like living at home with my mom, and me being the first thing she would think about in a panic. My father's situation was completely different, and I should treat it as such. And even though we've kept in touch over the past few years, our relationship isn't what it used to be. I take half the blame for that. We don't get to choose our parents, and parents don't get to choose their children, but we do get to choose how hard we're willing to work in order to make the best of what we're given. I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and open a text to my father. Me. Hey, Dad. Wanna have breakfast tomorrow? Miss you. After I hit send, I pull my shirt back on and walk back into the living room. I stare down at the manuscript, wondering how much more I'll be able to endure. It's so hard to read. I can't imagine Ben and his brothers having to live through this. I say a quick prayer for the Kessler boys, as if what I'm reading is happening now, and Kyle is even still around to be prayed for. And then I pick up right where I left off.
Ben's novel. Chapter 3. Age 16. Great is the hand that holds dominion over man by a scribbled name. Dylan Thomas. You know what's worse than the day your mother kills herself? The day after your mother kills herself. When a person is in a lot of physical pain, say they accidentally slice off their hand, the human body produces endorphins. These endorphins act similarly to drugs such as morphine or codeine, so it's normal not to feel very much pain right after an accident. Emotional pain must work in a similar way, because today hurts so much worse than yesterday did. Yesterday I was in some kind of dreamlike state, as if my conscience wouldn't fully allow me to believe she was actually gone. In my mind, I was holding on to that thin thread of hope that somehow the entire day wasn't really happening. That thread isn't there anymore, no matter how hard I try to grasp it. She's dead. And if I had money and connections, I'd numb this pain with whatever drugs I could find. I refused to get out of bed this morning. Ian and Kyle both tried to fight me into going to the funeral home with them, but I won. I've been winning all day, actually. Eat something, Kyle said at lunch. I didn't eat. I won. Aunt Shell and Uncle Andrew are here, Ian said around 2 o'clock this afternoon. But they're gone now, and I'm still in bed, so I won. Ben, come eat dinner. There's lots to eat. People have been bringing food by all day, Kyle said when he stuck his head in my bedroom around 6 o'clock. But I chose to stay in bed and not touch those sympathetic casseroles, making me the winner yet again. Talk to me, Ian said. I'd like to say I won this round, but he's still sitting on my bed, refusing to leave. I pull the covers over my head. He pulls them back down. Ben, if you don't get out of bed, I'll start overreacting. You don't want to force me to call a psychiatrist, do you? Jesus fucking Christ. I sit up in bed and punch the pillow. Just let me fucking sleep, Ian! Damn it! He doesn't react to the fact that I'm yelling. He just stares at me complacently. I have been letting you sleep for almost 24 hours now. You need to get out of bed and brush your teeth or shower or eat or something. I lie back down. Ian pushes off the bed and groans. Benton, look at me! Ian never yells at me, which is the only reason I pull the covers from over my head and look up at him. You aren't the only one hurting, Ben. We have shit to figure out. You're 16 years old, and you can't live here alone, and if you don't come downstairs and prove to me and Kyle that this didn't completely fuck you up, then we're probably going to make the wrong decision for you. His jaw is twitching. He's so mad. I think about this for a second. About how neither of them lives here. Ian is in flight school. Kyle just started college. My mother is dead. One of them is going to have to move back home because I'm a minor. Do you think Mom thought of that? I ask, sitting up on the bed again. Ian shakes his head in frustration. His hands drop to his hips. Thought about what? That her decision to kill herself would force one of you to give up your dream? That you'd have to move back home to take care of your brother? Ian shakes his head, confused. Of course she thought about that. I laugh. No, she didn't. She's a selfish fucking bitch. His jaw hardens. Stop. I hate her, Ian. I'm glad she's dead. And I'm glad I was the one who found her, because now I'll always have the visual of how the black hole in her face matched the black hole in her heart. He closes the gap between us and grabs the collar of my shirt, shoving me back down on the bed. He brings his face close to mine and talks through tightly gritted teeth. You shut your fucking mouth, Ben. She loved you. She was a good mother to us, and you'll respect her. Do you hear me? I don't care if she can see you right now or not. You'll respect her in this house until the day you die. My eyes rim with tears, and I'm suffocating with hatred. How could he defend her? I guess it's easy when his memory of her isn't tarnished by the visual I got when I walked into her room. A tear falls from Ian's eye and lands on my cheek. His grip loosens from around my neck, and he turns around and buries his head in his hands. I'm sorry, he says, his voice tearful. I'm sorry, Ben. I'm not. He turns around and looks at me, not even attempting to hide his tears. How can you say that, knowing what she was going through? I chuckle under my breath.
She broke up with her boyfriend, Ian. That hardly constitutes misery. He turns until he's facing me on the bed. He tilts his head. Ben, did you not read it? I shrug. Read what? He sighs heavily and then stands. Her note. Did you not read the letter she left before the police took it? I swallow hard. I knew that's where he went yesterday. I knew it. He runs his hands through his hair. Oh my God. I thought you read it. He walks out of my bedroom. I'll be back in half an hour. He's not lying. It's exactly 33 minutes when he walks back through my bedroom door. I spent the entire time wondering what could be in that letter that would make the difference between me hating her and Ian feeling sorry for her. He pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket. They can't release the actual letter yet. They took a photo and printed it out, but you can still read it. He hands me the piece of paper. He walks out of my bedroom and closes my door. I sit back on my bed and read the last words my mother will ever say to me. To my boys. I've spent my entire life studying writing. No writing course, no amount of college, no life experience could ever prepare a person to write an adequate suicide note for their children. But I'm sure as hell going to try. First, I want to explain why I've done this. I know you don't understand it. And Ben, you're probably the first one reading this, since I'm sure you were the first to find me. So please read this letter in its entirety before you decide to hate me. I found out 4 months ago that I have ovarian cancer. Brutal, unbeatable, silent cancer that spread before I even developed symptoms. And before you get angry and say I gave up, that's the last thing I would do. If my illness was something I could fight, you boys know I would have fought it with everything I have. But that's the thing about cancer. They call it the fight, as if the stronger ones win and the weaker ones lose. But that's not what cancer is at all. Cancer isn't one of the players in the game. Cancer is the game. It doesn't matter how much endurance you have. It doesn't matter how much you've practiced. Cancer is the be-all and end-all of the sport. And the only thing you can do is show up to the game with your jersey on, because you never know. You might be forced to sit the bench for the entire game. You may not even be given the chance to compete. That's me. I'm being forced to sit the bench until the game is over, because there's nothing more that can be done for me. I could go into all the details, but the fact of the matter is, they caught it too late. So now comes the tricky part. Do I wait it out? Do I allow the cancer to slowly rob me of everything I have? You boys remember Grandpa Dwight and how cancer completely swallowed him up, but refused to spit him out for months. Grandma had to alter her entire life to care for him. She lost her job, the home medical bills piled up, and they eventually lost their house. She was evicted 2 weeks after he finally died, all because the cancer took its precious time with him. I don't want that. I can't bear the thought of you boys having to take care of me. I know if I don't end my own life, I might be lucky enough to live on this earth for another 6 months, maybe 9. But those months will rob each of you of the mother you knew. And then, when my dignity and my cells aren't enough to satisfy it anymore, the cancer will take everything else it can get, too. The house, savings, your college funds, all the happy memories we've shared together. I know as much as I try and justify my decision, it's still going to hurt the 3 of you more than you've ever hurt in your life. But I knew if I spoke to you about this prior to doing it, you would have talked me out of it. I'm especially sorry to you, Ben, my sweet, sweet baby boy. I'm so sorry. I'm sure I could have done it a better way, because no child should have to see their mother in that condition. But I know if I don't do it tonight before you come home, I might never do it. And to me, that would be an even more selfish decision than this one. I know you'll find me in the morning, and I know it will gut you because it's gutting me just thinking about it. But either way, I'm going to be dead before you turn 17. At least this way it will be quick and easy. You can call 911, they'll take away my body, and it'll be over in less than a few hours. A few hours for me to die and be removed from the house is so much better than the several months it could potentially take for the cancer to do its job. I know this will be difficult for you to deal with, so I've tried to make it as easy as possible. Someone will need to clean up after they take my body, so I've left a card on the kitchen counter for who you should call. There's plenty of cash in my purse. I've left it in the kitchen, on the counter. If you look in my office, third drawer down on the right, you'll find that I've prepared all the necessary paperwork to file for survivor benefits. Make sure you do this right away. Once the paperwork is filed, you'll get a check in a matter of weeks. There's still a mortgage on the house, but there will be enough left to cover tuition for each of you. I've set all that up through our lawyer. Please keep the house until you're all grown and settled. It's a good house, and despite this one thing, we had a lot of good memories here. Please know that you 3 boys made every second of my life worth living, and if I could take away this cancer, I would do it. I would be so selfish about it. I'd probably give it to someone else to suffer through, just so I could spend more time with each of you. That's how much I love you. Please forgive me. I had 2 poor choices to choose from, neither of which I wanted. I just went with what would be more beneficial to all of us in the end. I hope one day you can understand, and I hope that by choosing to do this, I don't ruin this date for you. November 9th is significant to me, in that it's the same day Dylan Thomas died. And you boys know how much his poetry means to me. It's gotten me through a lot in life, especially your father's death. But my hope for you is that this date will just be a date for you in the future with little significance and little excuse to mourn. And please don't worry about me. My suffering is over. In the wise words of Dylan Thomas, after the first death, there is no other. With all my love, Mom. I can barely read my mother's signature through my tears. Ian walks back into the room several minutes later and sits beside me. I want to thank him for making me read it, but I'm so mad I can't even speak. If I had just read the letter before the police took it, I would have known everything right then. The last 2 days would have turned out so different. I may not have been in such a state of shock had I been able to read the letter then. I also wouldn't have misconstrued everything and assumed a man had to do with her decision. And I would have actually stayed home last night, rather than make the choice to get in her car, drive to a stranger's house, and start a fire that went out of control. When I double over from the sobs, Ian puts his arm around me and pulls me in for a hug. I know he thinks I'm crying because of everything I just read, and he's partly right. He also probably assumes I'm crying for saying such hateful things about my mother, and he's partly right about that too. But what he doesn't know is that most of these tears aren't tears of grief. They're tears of guilt for being responsible for ruining the life of an innocent girl.
Fallon. I set the page down and pick up another tissue. I don't think I've stopped crying since I started reading. I check my phone and there's a response from my father. Dad. Hey, I'd love to. I miss you too. Tell me when and where and I'll be there. I try not to cry when I read his text, but I can't help but feel my bitterness has wasted a lot of good memories that could have been made with him. We'll just have to make up for it over the next few years. I've taken breaks to eat, to think, to breathe. It's almost 7 p.m. now, and I've only made it through half of the manuscript. I usually go through books in a matter of a few hours, but this has been the hardest thing I've ever had to read in my life. I can't imagine how hard it must have been for Ben to write. I glance at the next page, trying to decide if I need another break before beginning. When I see that this next chapter is the day we met in the restaurant, I decide to continue reading. I need to know what motivated him to show up there that day, and more so, why he made the choice to enter my life. I sit back on the couch and take in a deep breath, and then I start reading chapter 4 of Ben's manuscript.
Ben's novel, Chapter 4, age 18. Somebody's boring me. I think it's me. Dylan Thomas. My arm dangles over the side of the bed, and I can tell by the way my hand lies across the carpet that the bed doesn't have a frame or box springs. It's just a mattress on the floor. I'm on my stomach. There's a sheet draped halfway over me, and I'm face down on the pillow. I hate these moments, when I wake up too discombobulated to know where I am or who might be on the bed next to me. I usually lie still long enough to get a grip on my surroundings before moving, in hopes I don't wake up whoever might be in the room with me. But this morning is different, because whoever was on this bed with me is already awake. I can hear a shower running. I try to count how many times this has happened, when I've gotten so drunk that I can barely remember anything the next day. I'm guessing at least 5 times this year, but this is by far the worst. I can usually at least remember which party I was at, which friend I was with, which girl I was flirting with before everything went black. But right now, I've got nothing. My heart begins to beat as hard as the pounding in my head. I know I'm about to have to stand up and find my clothes. I'll have to look around to try and figure out where I am. I'll have to figure out where I might have left my car. I might even be forced to call Kyle again, but he'll be my absolute last resort, because I'm not in the mood for another lecture today. To say he's been disappointed in how I've turned out is an understatement. Things haven't been the same at home since the day our mother died 2 years ago. Well, I haven't been the same. Kyle and Ian are hoping my downward spiral will find an uphill slope. They were hoping once I graduated high school that I would get serious with college, but that hasn't happened in the way they maybe think it has. In fact, my grades are so bad due to absences, I'm not even sure I'll make it through the semester. And I try. God, do I try. Every day I wake up and I tell myself that today will be better. Today will be the day I resolve myself of guilt. But then something will happen that will trigger that feeling that I want to drown faster than it appeared. And that's exactly what I do. I drown out everything with alcohol, friends, and girls. And at least for the rest of that night, I don't have to think about the mistakes I made, the life I ruined. That thought forces my eyes to open and face the sunlight beaming into the room. I squint and cover my eyes with my hand. I wait a moment before attempting to stand up and find my clothes. When I can finally stand upright, I locate my pants. I find the t-shirt I remember putting on before class yesterday. But after that, nothing. I remember absolutely nothing. I find my shoes and slip those on. When I'm fully dressed, I take a second to look around the room. It doesn't look familiar at all. I walk to the window and look outside, and see that I'm in an apartment building. Nothing looks familiar, though, but that could be because I can't open my eyes wide enough to see very far. Everything hurts. I'm about to find out where I am, though, because the door to the bathroom is opening up behind me. I squeeze my eyes shut, because I have no idea who she is or what she'll expect. "Morning, sunshine." Her familiar voice flies across the room at the speed of a torpedo and goes straight through my heart. My knees feel like they're about to buckle beneath me. In fact, I think they are. I reach for a nearby chair and I take a quick seat, dropping my head into my hands. I can't even look at her. How could she do this to Kyle? How could she let me do this to Kyle? Jordan walks closer to me, but I still refuse to look at her. "If you're about to puke, you better do it in the bathroom." I shake my head, wanting her voice to go away, wanting her apartment to go away, wanting the second worst thing I've ever done to go away. "Jordan." When I hear the weakness in my voice, I can tell why she thinks I'm on the verge of being sick. "How did this happen?" I hear the dip of her mattress as she plops down on the bed a few feet in front of me. "Well," she says, "I'm sure it started with a shot or two, a few beers, some pretty girls, and then it ended with you calling me crying at midnight last night, rambling about the date, and how you need to go home, but you were too drunk, and you didn't want to call Kyle because he'd be mad at you." She stands and walks toward her closet. "And believe me, he would have been pissed. And if you tell him I let you sleep it off here so that he wouldn't find out, he'll be pissed at me. So you better not rat me out, Ben. I'll kill you." My mind is trying to catch up, but she talks too fast. So I called her? For help? We didn't... God, no, she wouldn't do that. I, on the other hand, seem to have no control over the things I do when I get in that state. But at least I called her before I did something stupid. She and Kyle have been together long enough that she's like a sister to me, and I would trust her not to tell Kyle. But the question still remains. Why was I naked? In her bed. She walks back out of the closet, and it's the first time I've looked at her today. She looks normal. Not guilty at all. A little bit tired, maybe, but smiley as usual. "I saw your ass this morning," she says, laughing. "What the hell did you do? I told you to use my shower, but you could have put your clothes back on afterwards." She makes a face. "Now I have to wash my sheets." She begins to pull her sheets off her mattress. "I hope when I move in with Kyle you start wearing boxers or something. And I can't believe I was forced to sleep on my own couch while your drunk ass stole my bed." I want to tell her to slow down, but every time she talks, I feel more and more relieved. "You owe me big time." She loses the smile on her face as she takes a seat on the mattress across from me again. She leans forward and looks at me sincerely. "I don't want to pry into your life, but I love your brother, and as soon as my lease is up, we're all going to be living together. So I'm only going to say this once. Are you listening?" I nod. "We're only given one mind and body at birth, and they're the only ones we get, so it's up to us to take care of ourselves. I hate to say this, Ben, but right now, you are the absolute worst version of yourself that you could possibly be. You're depressed, you're moody, you're only 18, and I don't even know where you're getting your alcohol, but you drink way too much. And as much as your brothers have tried to help you, no one can force you to want to be a better person. Only you can do that, Ben. So if you have any hope left in you at all, I suggest you dig deep for it, because if you don't find it, you'll never be the best version of yourself. And you're going to bring your brothers down with you, because they love you that much." She stares at me just as long as it takes for her words to make sense in my head. She sounds like my mother, and that thought hits me hard. I stand up. "Are you finished? Because I'd like to go find my car now." She sighs with disappointment, and it makes me feel bad, but I refuse to let her see that all I can think about now is my mother, and how, if she saw me today, what would she think of me? After a few texts to friends, I discovered where my car was. As Jordan drops me off, I debate apologizing to her. I stall at the car with the door halfway shut, wondering what to say. Finally, I lean down and look at her. "Sorry for the attitude earlier. I appreciate you helping me last night, and thanks for the ride." I go to shut the door, but she calls my name and steps out of the car. She looks at me over the hood. "Last night, when you called, you kept saying something about the date today, and I don't want to pry, but I know it's the anniversary of what happened with your mom, and I think maybe it would be good for you if you went to see her." She looks down and taps her fingers on the hood. "Think about it, okay?" I stare at her for a moment, and then I give her one quick nod before getting into my car. I know it's been 2 years. I don't need a reminder. Every single day I wake up and take my first breath, I'm reminded of that day. I grip the steering wheel, unsure if I'm going to get out of my car. It's bad enough that I drove out to the cemetery in the first place. I've never visited her gravesite before. I just don't feel the need to because I don't feel like she's really there. I talk to my mother sometimes. Of course, the conversations are one-sided, but I still talk to her. I don't feel like I need to stare at a headstone in order to do that. So why am I here? Maybe I was hoping it would help. But the fact of the matter is, I've accepted my mother's death. I understand why she did it. And I know that if she didn't make the choice to take her own life, the cancer would have taken her soon after. But everyone in my family seems to think I can't move on. That I miss her so much it's affecting my life. I do miss her, but I've moved on from that. What I haven't moved on from is what I did that night. I listened to Kyle when he said not to mention Fallon or her father ever again. I don't look them up online. I don't drive by whatever houses they may live in now. Hell, I don't even know where they live, and I don't plan to find out. Kyle was right in that I need to keep my distance from that. They chalked it up as accidental, and the last thing I need is someone growing suspicious of that night. But I still think about that girl every single day. She lost her career because of me. A good career. One lots of people only dream about. And my actions from that night are going to follow her for the rest of her life. Sometimes I wonder how she's doing now. There have been several times I've wanted to research her, maybe even see her up close, just to see how badly she was injured in the fire. I don't know why. Maybe I think it'll help me move on in some way if I see that she's living a good life. But the one thing that prevents me from looking her up is the fact that she may not be. Her life could be so much worse than I expected, and I'm afraid of how I'll take it if that's the case. Just as I'm about to crank my car, another car pulls into the parking lot beside me. The driver's side door opens, and before he even steps out, I can feel the dryness creep into my throat. What is he doing here? I can tell it's him by the back of his neck, his height, the way he carries himself. Donovan O'Neill has a very recognizable presence about him, and considering I saw him plastered all over the TV the night of the fire, I'll never get his face out of my head. I look around me, wondering if I should crank my car and back away before he notices me. But he's not even aware of his surroundings. In his right hand, he's holding a bundle of hydrangeas. He's heading toward her gravesite. He's here to see my mother. I'm suddenly brought back to the night I was sitting in this same car, watching him from across his street. This feels like that, only now I'm watching out of curiosity rather than hatred. He doesn't stay at her gravesite long. He replaces the wilted flowers with the new ones. He stares at her headstone for a moment, and then he walks back to his car. He's familiar with this routine, like he does it all the time. And for a moment, I feel guilty for thinking he never cared about her. Because it's obvious he did, if he's still visiting her gravesite 2 years later. He looks at his watch on his way back to his car, and then he picks up his pace. He's late for something. And I wonder if, by some miracle, that something has to do with his daughter. I tell myself to stop when I reach for the ignition. I say, "Don't do this, Ben," out loud, hoping I'd listen to myself. But curiosity wins today, because I'm following his car out of the cemetery, and I have absolutely no idea why I'm doing it. I park a few cars down from his at the restaurant he pulled into. I watch him as he goes inside the restaurant. I see someone stand up to hug him. A girl. And I clench my jaw so tight it hurts. That has to be her. My palms begin to sweat. I don't know if I actually want to see her, but I know there's no way I'm leaving here with her so close without at least going inside and walking past their table. I have to know. I need to know what I've done to her. I grab my laptop before walking inside so I can have something to focus on while I'm sitting alone, or at least pretend I'm focusing on it. When I walk inside, I can't see her face to even know for sure if she's Fallon. Her back is to me. I try not to stare because I don't want her father seeing me paying them any attention. "Table or booth?" the waitress asks. I nod at the booth behind theirs. "Can I get that one?" She smiles and grabs a menu. "Just one today?" I nod, and she leads me to the booth. My heart is pounding so fast, I can't even find the courage to glance at her when I walk by. I take a seat so that I'm facing the opposite direction. I'll work up the courage in a few minutes. There's nothing wrong with me being here. I don't know why it feels like I'm breaking the law when all I'm doing is sitting down for a meal. My hands are threaded together on the table in front of me. I try to come up with a multitude of reasons to turn around and glance over my shoulder, but I'm afraid when I do, I may not be able to stop staring. I have no idea what kind of damage I've done to her, and I'm scared if I look in her eyes, I'll see that she's sad. But I'm scared if I don't look in her eyes, I'll miss the fact that she could be happy. "I'm only half an hour late, Fallon. Cut me some slack," her father says. He said her name. That's definitely her. In the next few minutes, I could be coming face to face with the girl whose life I almost took. Luckily, a waiter comes up and takes my order, distracting me from myself. I'm not at all hungry, but I order something anyway, because what kind of guy comes into a restaurant and doesn't order any food? I don't want to draw attention to myself. The waiter tries to strike up a conversation with me about the fact that the guy behind us looks just like Donovan O'Neill, the actor who played Max Epcot. I pretend I don't know who that is, and he's wildly unimpressed. I just want him to go away. Finally, he does. I lean back in the booth so I can hear more of their conversation. "So yeah, I'm a little shocked, but it's happening," her father says. I wait for her to respond. I missed whatever he just said to her, thanks to nosy McWaiter, but her silence proves it wasn't something she wanted to hear. "Fallon, are you going to say anything?" "What am I supposed to say?" She doesn't sound happy. "Do you want me to congratulate you?" I feel her father fall against the back of his booth. "Well, I thought you'd be happy for me," he says. "Happy for you?" Okay, whatever he told her has pissed her off. She's got spunk, I've got to give her that. "I didn't know I had it in me to become a father again." I don't know how I feel about that. For a second, I'm reminded that this man used to be in love with my mother, and this could have possibly been a situation he got himself into with her had the cancer not taken her first. I mean, I know the cancer didn't take her. The gun did. But either way, the cancer was at fault. Releasing sperm into the vagina of a 24-year-old does not a father make, Fallon says. I laugh quietly. I don't know why, but just hearing the way she talks to him eases some of my guilt. Maybe because I'd always pictured her to be this meek, quiet girl wallowing in self-pity. But she sounds like a firecracker. But still, this is insane. I shouldn't be here. Kyle would kill me if he found out what I was doing. You don't think I have the right to call myself a father? What does that make me to you, then? I shouldn't be listening in on their private conversation. I spend the next few moments trying to focus on the laptop I brought with me, but I'm just scrolling through screens, pretending to work, all the while listening to what an inconsiderate prick her father is. I can hear her sigh from where I'm seated. You're impossible. Now I understand why Mom left you. Your mother left me because I slept with her best friend. My personality had nothing to do with it. How could my mother have ever loved this man? Now that I think about it, I'm not so sure she did. He seemed to be the one sending all the letters and texts. I never saw anything she sent him, so maybe this was a short-lived, one-sided relationship that he can't get over. That makes me feel better, anyway. I shudder to think my mother was just a regular woman who sometimes made bad relationship choices, and not the all-knowing heroine I've probably made her out to be in my memory. The waiter interrupts their conversation to deliver their lunch. I roll my eyes when he pretends to just now notice that Donovan O'Neill is sitting there. I hear him ask Fallon if she'll take a picture of the two of them. I stiffen in my seat, wondering if she'll stand up and come into my view. I'm not so sure I'm ready to see what she looks like. But it doesn't matter if I'm ready or not, because she just told them to take a selfie and that she's heading to the bathroom. She begins to walk past me, and the second she comes into view, my breath hitches. She's walking in the opposite direction, so I don't see her face. What I do see is hair. Lots of it. Long and thick and straight, chestnut brown, just like the shoes she has on, and it falls all the way down her back. And her jeans, they fit her so perfectly. It looks like they were custom made, molding to every curve, from her hips all the way down to her ankles. They move with her so well, I find myself wondering what kind of panties she has on under them, because I can't see a panty line. She could be wearing a thong, but she could also be going... What the hell, Ben? How in the hell did your brain move in this direction? My pulse speeds up because I know I need to leave. I need to get up and walk away and accept that she seems to be okay. Her father may be an asshole, but she's able to hold her own pretty well, so my being this close to either of them isn't good for anyone. But damn it if the waiter isn't eating up the fact that Donovan O'Neill is giving him the time of day. I don't even care about my food. If he would just bring me the check, I could pay it and get the hell out of here. I start to bounce my knee up and down in nervousness. She's been in there a really long time. I know she's going to walk out any second, and I don't know if I should look at her or look away or smile or run or fuck, what do I do? She's walking out. She's looking down, and I still can't see her face, but her body is even more perfect from the front than it was from the back. When she glances up at me, my stomach drops. My heart feels like it melts, right in the confines of its chamber. For the first time in 2 years, I'm seeing exactly what I did to her. From the top of her left cheek, near her eye, all the way down to her neck, there are scars. Scars that are there because of me. Some more faded than others, but they're very prominent with the way the skin is pinkish in hue, brighter, and much more fragile looking than the parts of her that were unharmed. But it's not even the scars that stand out the most. It's her green eyes that are staring back at me now. The lack of confidence behind them speaks volumes of just how much damage I've caused to her life. She lifts a hand and pulls a piece of hair in her mouth, covering some of the scars. At the same time, she darts her eyes to the floor, allowing her hair to fall over her cheek and hide more of the scars. I keep watching her, because it hurts not to. I think about what that night must have been like for her, how scared she must have been, how much agony she must have gone through in the months afterward. I clench my hands in fists because I've never felt more of a need to make things right. I want to drop to my knees right here in front of her and tell her how sorry I am for causing her so much pain, for ruining her career, for making her think it's necessary to have to hide her face with her hair when she's this fucking beautiful. She has no idea. She has no idea she's lifting her eyes and looking into the eyes of the guy who ruined her life. She has no idea that I would give anything to press my lips to that cheek, to kiss the scars I gave her, to tell her how incredibly sorry I am. She has no idea that I'm on the verge of tears just seeing her face, because it's equal parts exquisite and excruciating. I'm afraid if I don't smile at her right now, I'll cry for her. And then this thing happens when she passes me, where everything inside my chest constricts, because I'm worried that what just passed between us, that one tiny smile, is all that will ever pass between us. And I don't know why that worries me, because before today, I wasn't even sure I ever wanted to see her. But now that I've seen her, I don't know that I want to stop. And the fact that her father is behind me right now, beating her down, telling her she's not pretty enough to act anymore, makes me want to climb over this booth and strangle him. Or at least climb into the booth next to her and defend her. This is the exact moment the waiter decides to bring me my food. I try to eat. Really, I do. But I'm still reeling from hearing the way her father speaks to her. I slowly down French fries as I listen to her father grow more and more insincere. At first, I'm relieved when I hear she has plans to move away. Good for you, I think. Knowing she's brave enough to move across the country and pursue acting again fills me with more respect for her than I've ever had for anyone. But hearing her father continuously try to tell her she's not good enough fills me with more disrespect than I've ever had for anyone. I hear her father clear his throat. You know that's not what I meant. I'm not saying you've reduced yourself to audiobooks. What I'm saying is that you can find a better career to fall back on now that you can't act anymore. There isn't enough money in narration, or Broadway for that matter. I don't hear what she says next because all I see is red. I can't believe this man, a father who is supposed to defend and support his daughter in the wake of a challenge, is saying these things to her. Maybe he's practicing tough love, but the girl has been through enough. The conversation ceases for a moment, long enough for her father to request a refill, long enough for the waiter to bring me my own refill, and long enough for me to get up and go to the bathroom, try to calm myself down, and then return to my seat without strangling the man behind me. You make me want to swear off men forever, she says. Hell, her father makes me want to swear off men forever. If men are really as shallow as this one, all women should swear off men forever. That shouldn't be a problem, her father says. I've only known you to go on one date, and that was over 2 years ago. And that's when all reason goes out the window. Does he not have any idea what today is? Does he not have one single fucking clue what his daughter has been through emotionally in the past 2 years? I'm sure she spent a good year recovering, and I can tell just by the few seconds I looked in her eyes that she doesn't have a single ounce of confidence in her. And here he is commenting on the fact that she hasn't dated since her accident? My hands are shaking. I'm so pissed. I think I might even be angrier than the night I caught his car on fire. Well, Dad, she says, her voice strained. I don't really get the same attention from guys that I used to get. I'm sliding out of the booth, unable to stop myself, but I'll be damned if I allow this girl to spend one more second without someone defending her in a proper way. I'm sliding into the seat next to her. Sorry I'm late, babe, I say, wrapping my arm around her shoulders. She stiffens beneath my arm, but I keep going. I press my lips to the side of her head, unintentionally taking in the floral scent of her shampoo. Damn LA traffic, I mutter. I reach for her father's hand, and before I say my name, I wonder if he'll recognize it somehow, having known my mother. She changed back to her maiden name a few years after my father's death, so he may have no idea who I am. I hope. I'm Benton James Kessler, your daughter's boyfriend. Not a single flash of recognition registers in his expression. He has no idea who I am. Her father's hand falls into mine, and I want to yank him across the table and punch his teeth in. I probably would if I didn't feel her grow even more tense beside me. I lean back and pull her against me, whispering in her ear. Just go with it. It's as if a light bulb goes off in her head at this very second, because the confusion on her face turns into delight. She smiles affectionately at me, leaning into me, and she says, I didn't think you'd make it. Yeah, I want to say. I didn't think I'd be sitting here either. But since I can't possibly make your life worse on this date, the least I can do is try to make it a little bit better.
Fallon. I make a new pile with the pages I've already read. I stare down at the manuscript in disbelief. I know I should be angry that he's lied to me for so long, but being in his head is somehow justifying his behavior to me. And not only that, but it's also justifying my father's behavior. Ben is right. Now that I look back on that day, I can see that my father wasn't entirely to blame. He was expressing his opinion over my career, which every parent has a right to do. And even though I disagreed with him and the way he delivered it, he never was the best at communication. Besides, I obviously had it out for him as soon as he sat down at the booth. He went into defense mode, I was in attack mode, and things just went south from there. I need to remember that there's more than one way people show love. And even though his way and my way are completely opposite, it's still love. I go to flip to the next chapter, but a few pieces of notebook paper fall out of the section between chapters 5 and 6. I set the pages of the manuscript down and pick up the letter. It's another note, written by Ben.
Fallon, you know everything that happens after this point in the manuscript. It's all here. Every day we spent together, and even a few days we didn't. Every thought I've ever had in your presence, or close to it. As you can tell from the chapter you just finished, I wasn't in a good place when we met. The 2 years of my life since the fire had been hell, and I was doing everything I could to drown out the guilt I felt. But that first day I spent with you was the first day in a very long time that I felt happy. And I could tell that I made you happy, and that's something I never thought possible. And even though you were moving away, I knew that if there was a way we could each start looking forward to November 9th, it could make a huge difference in both of our lives. So I swore to myself that on the days I spent with you, I would allow myself to enjoy it. I wouldn't think about the fire. I wouldn't think about what I did to you. For one day each year, I wanted to be this guy who was falling for this girl, because everything about you captivated me. And I knew if I allowed my past to eat me up in your presence, that I would somehow slip. That you would find out what I'd done to you. I knew that if you ever found out the truth, there was no way you could forgive me for all I had taken. Even though I should probably feel a world of guilt, I don't regret a single minute I spent with you. Of course, I wish I had handled things differently. Maybe if I had walked up to you and your father that day and explained the truth, I would have saved you a lot of heartache. But I can't dwell on all the things I should have done differently, when to me this was our fate. We were drawn to each other. We made each other happy. And I know without a doubt there were several times during the past few years that we were madly in love with each other at the same time. Not everyone experiences that, Fallon, and I'd be lying if I said I regretted it. And that's one of my biggest fears, that you've spent the past year assuming I've told you more than one lie, but I haven't. The only lie I've ever told you is the one I omitted, the part where I was responsible for the fire. Every word that came out of my mouth in your presence beyond that was the absolute truth. When I said you were beautiful, I meant it. If you take one thing from this manuscript, let it be this one simple paragraph. Absorb these words. I want them to stain your soul, because these words are the most important. I'm terrified that my lies have resulted in a loss of the confidence you gained during the times we were together. Because while I did withhold a huge truth from you, the one thing I couldn't have been more honest about was your beauty. And yes, you have scars. But anyone who sees your scars before they see you doesn't deserve you. I hope you remember that and believe that. A body is simply a package for the true gifts inside. And you are full of gifts. Selflessness, kindness, compassion, all the things that matter. Youth and beauty fade. Human decency doesn't. I know I said in my previous letter that I didn't write this for your forgiveness. While that's the truth, I'm not going to pretend that I'm not praying on my knees for your forgiveness, hoping for a miracle. I'm not going to act like I won't be sitting at the restaurant for hours upon end, hoping you walk through those doors. Because that's exactly where I'll be. And if you don't show up today, I'll be there next year. And the next. Every November 9th, I'll wait for you. hoping one day you'll be able to find enough forgiveness to love me again. But if that doesn't happen, and you never show, I'll still be grateful to you until the day that I die. You saved me the day we met, Fallon. I know I was only 18, but my life would have turned out so different had we not spent that time together. The first night we had to say goodbye, I drove straight home and started writing this book. It became my new life goal, my new passion. I took college more seriously. I took life more seriously. And because of you and the impact you had on my life, the last 2 years I spent with Kyle were great ones. When he died, he was proud of me. And that means more to me than you will ever know. So whether or not you can find it in your heart to love me again, I needed to thank you for saving me. And if there is any part of you capable of forgiving me, you know where I'll be. Tonight, next year, the next, for eternity. The choice is yours. You can continue reading this manuscript, and hopefully it will help you find closure. Or you can stop reading now, and come forgive me. Ben. Last November 9th. If lies were written, I would erase them, but they are spoken, etched within. With convalesced truth, I scream out my atonement. Let me repent against your skin. Benton James Kessler. Ben. There were 83,456 words in the manuscript I dropped off at her front door last night. There are roughly 23,000 words in the first 5 chapters before she would have gotten to the note. She could have easily read 23,000 words in 3 hours. If she started the manuscript right after I dropped it off, she would have finished the first section by 3 a.m. But it's almost midnight. It's been almost 24 hours since I saw her pick up the manuscript and close her door. Which means she's had 21 hours to spare and she's still not here. Which means, obviously, she isn't coming. Most of me believed she wouldn't show up today, but a small part of me still held out hope. I can't say that her choice has broken my heart, because that would mean my heart was still whole to be broken. I've been heartbroken for a solid year, so her not showing up feels just as crippling as the last 365 days have felt. I'm surprised the restaurant has let me wait it out here in this booth for so long. I've been here since the crack of dawn this morning in hopes that she stayed up and read the manuscript last night. Now that it's almost midnight, that's a good 18 hours I've spent occupying this booth. That's going to be one big tip. At 11:55 p.m., I leave the tip. I don't want to be here when the clock strikes November 10th. I'd rather wait out the last 5 minutes in my car. When I open the door to leave the restaurant, the waitress shoots me a pitiful look. I'm sure she's never seen anyone wait so long after being stood up, but at least it'll give her a good story to tell. It's 11:56 p.m. when I reach the parking lot. It's 11:56 p.m. when I see her open her door and step out of her car. It's still 11:56 p.m. when I clasp my hands behind my head and suck in a rush of cool November air just to see if my lungs are working. She's standing by her car, the wind blowing strands of hair across her face as she looks at me from across the parking lot. I feel like if I take a step toward her, the earth would crumble beneath my feet from the weight of my heart. We both stand still for several long seconds. She glances down at the phone in her hands, and then she looks back up at me. It's 11:57, Ben. We only have 3 minutes to do this. I stare at her, wondering what she means by that. Is she leaving in 3 minutes? Is she only giving me 3 minutes to plead my case with her? Questions are bouncing around in my head when I see the corner of her mouth lift into a smile. She's smiling. As soon as I realize she's smiling, I'm running. I make it across the parking lot in a matter of seconds. I wrap my arms around her and pull her against me, and when I feel her arms go around me, I do the most non-alpha thing I can possibly do. I cry like a fucking baby. My arms are squeezing her tight. My hands are wrapped around the back of her head. My face is pressed into her hair. And I hold her for so long, I have no idea if it's still November 9th anymore, or if it's the 10th now. But the date doesn't matter, because I'm going to love her through every single one of them. She loosens her grip and pulls away from my shoulder to look up at me. We're both smiling now, and I can't believe this girl found it in her heart to forgive me. But she did. I can see it all over her face. I can see it in her eyes, in her smile, in the way she holds herself. And I can feel it in the way her thumbs brush over my cheeks, wiping my tears away. Do fictional boyfriends cry as much as I do? I ask her. She laughs. Only the really great ones. I drop my forehead to hers and I squeeze my eyes shut. I want to soak up this moment for as long as I can. Just because she's here and just because she has forgiven me doesn't mean she's here to love me forever. And I have to be prepared to accept that. Ben, I have something I want to say. I pull back and look down at her. Now there are tears in her eyes, so I don't feel so pathetic. She reaches up and puts her hands on my face, gently stroking my cheek. I didn't come here to forgive you. I can feel the hardening of my jaw, but I try to relax. I knew this was a possibility, and I have to respect her decision, no matter how hard it will be for me. You were 16, she says. You had been through one of the worst things a child could ever experience. Your actions from that night weren't because you were a bad person, Ben. It was because you were a scared teenage boy, and sometimes people make mistakes. You've carried so much guilt for what you did, and for so long. You can't ask for my forgiveness because there's nothing to forgive. If anything, I'm here for your forgiveness, because I know your heart, Ben, and your heart is only capable of love. I should have recognized that last year when I doubted you. I should have given you the chance to explain it then. If I had just listened to you, then we could have avoided an entire year of heartache. So for that, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And I hope you can forgive me. She's looking up at me with genuine hope, like she honestly believes she's partly at fault for anything we've ever been through. You aren't allowed to apologize to me, Fallon. She lets out a rush of air and nods. Then you aren't allowed to apologize to me. Fine, I say. I forgive myself. She laughs. And I forgive myself. She brings her hands up to my hair and runs her fingers through it, smiling up at me. My eyes fall to a bandage on her left wrist, and she notices. Oh, I almost forgot the most important part. It's why I'm so late. She begins to unwrap the bandage from around her wrist. I got a tattoo. She holds up her wrist, and there's a small tattoo of an open book. On each of the 2 open pages lie a comedy and a tragedy mask. Books and theater, she says, explaining the tattoo. My 2 favorite things. I just got it about 2 hours ago when I realized how selflessly in love with you I am. She looks back up at me, her eyes glistening. I blow out a quick breath, taking her wrist in my hand. I pick it up and I kiss it. Fallon, I say, come home with me. I want to make love to you and fall asleep with you. And then in the morning, I want to cook you the breakfast I promised you last year. Well done bacon and over-easy eggs. She smiles, but doesn't agree to the breakfast. Actually, I'm having breakfast with my father tomorrow. Hearing her say that she's having breakfast with her father makes me even happier than if she would have agreed to have breakfast with me. I know her father isn't the ideal parent, but he's still her father. And I felt so much guilt over the fact that I'm responsible for a lot of the strain in their relationship. But I'll still come home with you, she says. Good, I tell her. Tonight you're mine. I'll just wait to cook you breakfast until the day after tomorrow. And every day after that until next November 9th, when I get down on one knee and give you the most book-worthy marriage proposal in history. She slaps me in the chest. That was a huge spoiler, Ben. Did you not learn about spoiler alerts during your reading binge? I grin as I lower my mouth to hers. Spoiler alert. They lived happily ever after. And then I kiss her. And it's a 12. Not the end. Far from it.
November 9 was written by Colleen Hoover and read by Angela Goethals and Zachary Weber. Post-production by Kessler Media in Katona, New York. The mixing and mastering engineer was Alex Reisdorf. The associate producer was Ben Rimmelauer. November 9 was produced and directed by Robert Kessler. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. November 9 is available in print from Atria Books. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, Maybe Not, written by Colleen Hoover and read by Jason Carpenter, and Confess, written by Colleen Hoover and read by Elizabeth Louise and Sebastian York.